Hello friends, welcome to RedHat System Administration RH124 course module. This course module is designed for IT professionals without previous Linux system administration experience. The course is intended to provide students with Linux administration survival skills by focusing on core administration tasks. RedHat System Administration 1, that is your RH124, provides a foundation for students planning to become full-time Linux system administrators by introducing key command line concepts and enterprise level tools. So friends, for the preparation of RHCSA certified Red Hat Enterprise Linux System Administrators, there are 3 books. Red Hat has provided the 3 books for the preparation of this course, for this certification. The first one is your RH124 and the second one is your RH134 and the third book is your RH254. In this course module, I would be covering the course book, that is RH124, and whatever the topics that would be in this course book, I would be covering in this complete course modules. My name is Shikhar Verma and I would be the instructor for this course module. I have total 12 years of IT industry experience and I had been the part of many MNCs and global projects. My primary skill is Linux, automation with Ansible, AWS, and my secondary skill is HP Unix, Solaris, AIX, shell scripting, etc. So friends, on the basis of my technical skills and many years of the experience, I have designed this course modules. And in this course module, I have covered so many theoretical sessions and also there are so many labs from the real IT environment. And the theoretical part which I have covered in this complete course module is with the PPT sessions. And I have attached all those PPT sessions with this course modules. So you can download those PPTs and for your reference and for your learning purpose. So friends, who would be the target students? So any graduate students, they can join this course module, and any students, they are already in IT jobs and they want to enhance their knowledge, they can also join. And also those students, they are preparing for the certification, they can refer for this course module. And I'm just repeating, this course module is covering the course book RH124 only. I'm not covering all the 3 books in this course module. I would be creating a new course module, that is a new course module for other book as well, and that would be published very soon. So friends, what would be the course contents I would be covering in this course module? I will start with the introductions. That would be the overview about Red Hat system administrations, what would be the things we have in this, and then we'll have idea about RHCSA certified Red Hat Enterprise Linux System Administrator, and then we'll show you the installation procedure, step-by-step procedure for Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7. And then I would be covering this assessing the command line using the local consoles, and then we'll have the practice sessions assessing the command line using your desktop, and we'll show you what are the Genome 3 desktop environment and what all the options we have for the Genome desktop. And in the next course sections, I would be covering about managing files from the command lines, and we'll discuss about the Linux file system hierarchy, locating files by name, practice sessions, managing files using command line tools, practice sessions, and also matching the file names using the file name expansions. So all these things I would be covering in this course section. And the good part is that after every theoretical session there would be a lab sessions. Maybe if you are not able to understand the theoretical part, but once you will go through the practical part, you would able to understand the theoretical part as well. In the next course module, I would be covering about creating, viewing and editing the text files. For that, this is a very important topic to understand, like redirecting output to a file and program. So this is the concept of your Linux operating systems, like how the redirection works, like practicing IO redirections and pipelines. All these things I would be covering in this course, like graphical editors and Vim, all those things. In the next lecture, we would be covering about managing your local Linux users and groups. So user administration part we would be covering in this course module. The next would be your controlling file access to files with Linux file system permissions. So in this course module, in this course section, we will be discussing about the permissions of your files and directories. So we'll have a lot of lab sessions on this course section as well. In the next section, we will be covering about monitoring and managing the Linux processes. So this is also an important topic to understand, the process and controlling jobs, background process, the forehand process, killing process. So all these things we will be covering in this course sessions. The next would be your controlling services and daemons. So this is also an important, because in RHEL7 we have some different set of commands for managing the services and daemons. So this, I would say, this is also an important section to understand. And the next course section would be for the configuring and securing your OpenSSH services, in which we would be discussing about accessing the remote command line with SSH and what all the options we have in this configuration file of your OpenSSH. So all these things we would be covering in this course module. And then the next sessions I would be covering about analyzing and storing logs, and then managing RedHat Enterprise Linux operating systems. So in this we would be understanding about the networking concepts, and in RHEL7 they have introduced a new set of commands like nmcli. So we would be understanding how we can use nmcli command in RHEL7. And in this section we would be understanding archiving and copying files between two systems. For that we would be using tar, and for copying and sending files WinSAP, SAP, all these things we would be understanding in this course session. And this would be for installation and updating software. So whatever the package we are using for the installation, like yum or RPM, so all these things we would be understanding in this course section. And this would be in the last, I believe it is for the assessing Linux file systems. In this we will be understanding about assessing Linux file systems, identifying file systems and devising. So all these things we would be understanding in this course section. So friends, whatever the topic I have shown you in this is basically the topics that has been given in the RedHat book, that is RH124. So I would be referring that book, but I have created the PPT. So whatever the content we have in that book, I will be referring those contents and created this PPT. So friends, that's all for this sessions. Hope you have join this course module and will learn a lot of new things from this course module. So friends, thanks. Welcome to our Linux classes. Let's understand about the certification in Red Hat Linux. If you want to build up your career as a system administration, then you must aware what are the certifications we have in Red Hat. The certification related to system administration is RHC. That is Red Hat Certified Engineer. If you want to prepare for RHC, you have to prepare the 3 course book, or we can say 3 modules that has been prescribed by Red Hat. So 3 books, that is RH124, the second book is RH134, and the last book is your RH254. So once you will be understanding all the 3 books, then you can prepare for RHC certification. They have segregated this certification into 2 parts. The first part is your RHCSA, Red Hat Certified System Administration, which consists of 2 books, SA1 and SA2. SA1 is RH124 and SA2 is your RH134. And once you will be qualified for RHCSA, then you would be eligible for RHC, that is your Red Hat Certified Engineer. And the third book, RH254, that is Red Hat System Administration Part 3, would be for your RHC. So friends, this course module, basically I am focusing on the first book, RH124. We would be discussing what are the course contents in this book. We would be studying each sections with lab session as well. So friends, just for information, we have a separate course module for each book as well. If you want to learn about other books as well, so you can search for my courses. You will get the course book on different book as well. Let's understand what are the exam certification exam name. EX200 that is for Red Hat Certified System Administration, RHCSA exam, and the certification for RSC, the exam name is EX300. So friends, Red Hat System Administration Part 1 RS124 is designed for IT professionals, and it doesn't require any previous Linux system administration. If you are a fresher, you doesn't have any experience on Linux, it doesn't matter, you can join this course and you can start build up your confidence, your career on Linux administration. So this is the you can say the basic or starting of a Linux administration. So this course is intended to provide the students with Linux administration survival skills by focusing on core administration tasks. Now you can see RSCSA. For RSCSA there are 2 books, and for our Red Hat we have the last book. So friend, that's all about the certification, and in the next lecture we'll start understanding the contents, what we are going to discuss in this, and we'll start chapters as well. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to our Linux classes. Friends, in this lecture we are going to understand how to access the command line of a Linux operating system using the local console. The objective of this lecture is that after the completion of this section, a student should be able to know how to access, how to log into a Linux system using the local text console and run simple commands using the shell. So friends, this is a very basic lecture, and I believe the students is already aware how to log in and run simple commands. If you do not know, no worries, this lecture will help you to understand what is shell basics, where you can type the simple commands. So friends, if you want to interact with your Linux operating system, there should be some medium. If you want to talk to your Linux operating system, there should be some interface or medium where you can type, where you can provide your inputs to your Linux operating system, and it will give you an output. So that interface is called the shell. The shell provides you with an interface to the Unix system. You have some inputs, so where you are going to type your inputs, that is your shell. So shell is an environment in which you can run your commands, your programs, and shell scripting. So with the help of shell, you can provide your inputs, and it executes programs based on that, based on your input. And when a program finishes executing, it displays that program's output. There are different flavors of shells, and each shell is having its own features, functions. So friends, the most important shell is your bash shell. Now we understand that suppose I have to run few commands on my Linux operating system. So there should be some medium, that would be your shell. The next is that the shell prompt. Now you can see the $prompt is called the command prompt. If you get that prompt, it means that you are ready to type any command. Like here you can see I have typed a command date and I got an output. So the input is date. Who has given this input? Me as a user. That is called an input, and after giving an input I have just pressed enter. It executes. Your kernel got this command and it executes, and you got an output. Output is like date. What is the date is there? Current date. You got an output. So the $prompt, which is called the command prompt, is issued by the shell. While the prompt is displayed, you can type a command. The shell reads your input after you press enter. It determines the command you want to execute it by looking at the first word of your input. And make sure whatever the command you are typing, it should be unbroken set of characters, spaces and tabs, separate words. Simple example date, you can see. Now one more thing we need to understand here. What is the most popular shell we have? Over the long history of Unix like systems, many shells have been developed. The default shell for users in Red Hat Enterprise Linux is the GNU Bourne again shell, that is a bash shell. The bash is an improved version of one of the most successful shell used by Unix like system, that is your born shell. Earlier it was born shell sh, and now it has been modified, and you can say the improved version we have, that is your shell. So this is the default shell we have in Red Hat Linux. Now you can see the prompt we are getting. If you are getting a dollar prompt, what does it mean? It means that you have just logged into your system as a normal user. We know that there are different type of users. One is the normal users, which is having the limited access to your system. A normal user cannot do the administrative part on your system. Like if you want to reboot your system, a normal user cannot reboot because it doesn't have that much of permission. So on a system, if it has been logged in by a normal user, it will get a prompt like dollar. And if it is been logged in by a super user called root user, you will get a prompt like hash, or you can say it's a privileged user. So friend, that's all about this understanding. Okay, in the next lecture we'll understand more about how to access the local console. Thanks for watching. Welcome to our Linux classes. Let's understand about virtual consoles in Linux operating system. In the last lecture we got an idea about shell. Shell is an interface or medium which can be used to interact with a Linux operating system. But how do we get the shell? To get the shell we need terminal. So user access the bash shell through a terminal. So terminal is basically, it provides a keyboard for user input and display for output. If you are doing a text-based installation, this can be the Linux machine physical console. And terminal can also be configured via serial ports. Let me try to explain with an example. Suppose if you have an HP hardware. On that HP hardware you have to do the Linux installation. How do we start the communication? The very first thing is to establish the communication to your HP hardware. Then only you would start doing the installation. So with the help of serial port, you can connect your laptop to the HP hardware, and once you will connect to the HP hardware, you will get some terminal. That terminal we can call it as a physical console. So with the help of physical console, we can do the text-based installation, and this is what we call physical console. After doing the installation, we can access the server. How we can access the server? If you are sitting in front of the server, you can connect it via serial port, or if you have the valid IP configured on the server, you can communicate to the server at remote location as well. The next thing is that how to another way to access the shell is from virtual console as well. Now you have the Linux operating system that is working fine, okay, and the Linux machine physical console, we know that it supports multiple virtual consoles and which act as a separate terminals as well. So if you boot your Linux operating system, the first virtual console that we got is called the graphical environment. If the graphical environment is available, it will run on the first virtual console in Red Hat Enterprise Linux. We have 5 additional text login prompts as well that we call as a virtual console, and right from 2 through 6. So to get the virtual console on a Linux operating system, you have to press Ctrl Alt F1, that is for the graphical. If you press Alt Ctrl F2, you can see in the PPT, you will get a text-based virtual console. If you press F3, you will get another virtual console. Like this way you can do with till 6. So you have 5 text-based login prompts, okay, that we call as a virtual console. And the key you can see here from F2 to F6, like Alt Control F2, Alt Control F3, Alt Control F4, 5 and 6. So these are the virtual consoles. And if you want to come again to your graphical environment, you have to press Alt Control F1. Now let's understand about shell basics. So now you have the shell and you want to communicate with your Linux operating system. So friends, the commands entered at the shell prompt have three basic parts. First is the command, whatever the command you are typing. Second is that if you want to add some option with the command like ls-ltr. So ltr is an option which adjusts the behavior of the output, or we can say the behavior of the command. If I will file the simple command ls, I got an output. But if I'll use some option with the ls command, I got some desired output or some detailed output. The next is argument. Like suppose I have to add a user, or I have to modify any user, then you can see here I have used command user mod -L and the name of user. User mod is a command, -L is an option, and third is an argument which are typically targets of the commands. So this is the basic idea about shell, how we can type the commands and what are the options and arguments we can do with the commands. Let's do some quiz here so that you can understand how much you are learning. So the first question is that the interpreter that executes command typed as a string, that is your shell. The visual cue that indicates an interactive shell is waiting for the user to type a command is your prompt. Prompt is basically which is telling you that now you are getting the prompt. It means that you are ready to type any command. The name of the program to run is called command, like ls command. The part of the command line that adjusts the behavior of a command, that is called option. Like ls is a command, and if you want to adjust the behavior of the command, then you have to add some option with that. The part of the command line that specifies the target that command should operate on. So this is called an argument. I've already discussed. The hardware display and keyboard used to interact with the system is called physical console. Okay, I have given an example for that as well. One of the multiple logical consoles that can each support an independent login console is called your virtual consoles. And how do we get the virtual controls? The command is Alt Control F2 till F6. An interface that provides a display for output and a keyboard for input to a shell session is called your terminal. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea about shell, virtual consoles, physical consoles, terminal. In the next lecture, we'll start doing practice on that. Thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to our Linux classes. In this lecture, we are going to understand what are the various ways to access the command line of a Linux server. Suppose if you have one server that is placed at remote location of a data center and you are on some different location and you want to access the server. So you should have the PuTTY software installed on your laptop, and there should be a communication, SSH communication should be there so that you can access the Linux server. If SSH is working, that works on port number 22, then with the help of PuTTY software, you should have the IP address of your Linux server. You can put it in your PuTTY and you can access the Linux server. So with the help of this PuTTY session, you will get the command line of your Linux server, and then you can log in and start working on the server. Suppose you have installed the Linux server on your desktop. With the help of VMware workstation, you have installed a Linux server and you want to access it. So this is called the local console. So how we can get the local console of that? Let me show you. Suppose I have this laptop, and in this laptop I have the VMware software, and over to VMware I have installed the Linux server. Now I want to show you how to access the Linux server. So this is my Linux server. I'm going inside that. It is asking for the username and password. So while installing or after the installation, you can create the username. Okay. Now I have just logged into my Linux server. Okay, to get the terminal of my Linux server, how we can get it? It's very simple. I can just right click and you can see the option is coming, open the terminal. Now I got a terminal here. Now here you can say that I can type anything, I can interpret it with the Linux server. The first command is the pwd, you can see. Okay, now I can communicate with the Linux server. So this is the terminal, and if I want to get a terminal from here, I can get it from here as well, from application. There also you can see the terminal is showing there. Okay, so this way also I can get the terminal. Okay, then how we can get the virtual console? So this is the terminals, local terminals, we can say that. Now I want to get the virtual console. To get the virtual console, or you can say the command prompt, I have to press simultaneously Alt Control F1, F2, F3, and it will go till F7. Now I am pressing Alt Control F2. It will take you into the command prompt. Now here I can give the username and password. That will take me inside the server. So these are the virtual consoles. So we have 6 virtual console and 1 graphical. If you want to come back to the graphical, you have to press Alt Control F1. Again, if I am pressing Alt Control F1, it will take me back to the graphical mode. Again, if I am pressing Alt Control F3, it will take me into different virtual console. Okay, again I am going inside here. If I press again Alt Control F4, again it will take me into the different virtual consoles. So you can use these symbols to get into the virtual console of your Linux system. If I again want to come back to the graphical prompt, I have to press Alt Control F1. I can see that I have again come back to the graphical prompt. Now here you can see the options like application, the favorites, accessories. Okay, and in the accessories you can see that calculator, clock, contacts, everything is there. If you want to get anything, it is just like graphical mode, like you are doing in the Windows. The same way you can do it here as well. Utilities, system tools are there. If you want to get the browser, you can click on the browser and you can do the check the website as well from there. Okay, so friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea how we can access the command prompt of a Linux server. So thanks for watching. Welcome to our Linux classes. In this lecture, we are going to understand about the GNOME desktop environment. The GNOME is the default desktop environment on many major Linux distributions like Fedora, Debian, Ubuntu, SUSE Linux, RedHat Enterprise Linux, CentOS, Oracle Linux. So all these Linux distributions, their default desktop environment is GNOME. The desktop environment is the graphical user interface on a Linux system. The default desktop environment in RHEL7 is GNOME 3. So in this lecture, I would be showing you how we can get the GNOME desktop environment and what are the different options we have there. So let me log into my Linux server and we'll show you. Now I have just trying to access my Linux server. So it is asking for the username and password. The username I have used Shikhar Verma and the password I have just supplied. Now this is I got the GNOME desktop environment. It is just like Windows environment. GNOME is developed by the GNOME project, that is a part of your GNU project. Okay, now how we can get the terminal, that we already know. Right click and we can get the terminal from here. Okay, here we can type the commands. So let's understand few commands here. Before to understand the commands, let's understand what are the options we have. Now you can see If I am click on application, the different options are coming, like favorites, accessories, documentations, intranet, sound and video, sundry, sound tools, utilities, others. Like this way, there is one more options like home, documentations. So a lot of things are there. If you will start practicing, you would be understanding the different options. If I click here, from here also I can get the terminal. So let's understand few commands from here. And one more thing, the genome shell is a default shell in Genome 3. Okay. So very first command is your pwd. It is the present working directory. Okay. Suppose I am in this location, which tells where you are currently sitting. I am in this location. You can see that I am in this /home /S1 desktop. If I am changing my location from this to temp, okay, now again if I will fire the pwd command, it will tell me that your present location is /temp. Okay, let's understand few more commands. Date command, which will tell you what exactly the time is that. Okay, I have just logged into the system with the user as Verma. Okay, and suppose I want to change my password, then I have to fire the command passwd, and then I have to simply specify the username, or you can give just enter from here. Now it is asking your current password. So what this command is doing, it is changing the password of the user whom I have logged into the system. I have logged in with the sverma user. I want to change my password. Okay, now new password, you can give any password whatever you want. So with this command I can set my password. Okay, the next command is clear. If I'll fire the clear command, it will clear the screen. Okay, the next command is file. If I'll use the file command, any file I am giving, so it will tell about the file type, like whether it's a file or it's a directory, it's a data file. Let me show you that. I have this file etc password, and I have used the command file. Now it is telling that etc passwd is a ASCII text file. So with the help of this file command, it will tell you the file type, whether it's a file, directory. Okay, the next command is your head. Suppose I want to see, suppose I have a file, and in that file we have a lot of contents are there, lot of lines are there, lot of contents are there. I want to see the top few lines, then we have to use head command. Let me show you that. Suppose I want to open the file, I would be using cat and passwd. So with this command I can get the output. So this is what the output I got it in a single go, but I want to get the few lines of the file, top line. Suppose I want to get the top 5 line, then I can use head -5 and my file name. So in this file we have a lot of contents, but if I have used head -5, it will give you the top 5 line of the file. Instead of head, if I am using tail, so it will provide you the content from the bottom of the line. Okay, so tail command will give you the output from the bottom of the file. Okay, last, you can say the last content, last 5 line of the file. Suppose I want to see how many lines are there in a file, then I have to use wc-l and this etc passwd. Now it is showing that we have 44 lines in this file etc password. I want to see how many words are there and characters are there, then I am going to remove this one. Now it is showing that you have 44 lines, 89 words and 2325 characters are there. Okay, and suppose if you are firing any command like passwd and you just forget the command, so you can use a tab command, so it will give you the full name. Okay, so with the help of tab you can identify the commands in a proper or easily way. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea about the genome, how we can get the terminals, and from terminals how we can fire the commands. We have learned few important commands. So that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture we'll understand more about Linux operating system. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this lecture we are going to understand the websites or links which can be used to download the RHEL or CentOS ISO image. These are the Linux operating system which can be installed over to your laptop. But to install this Linux operating system over to your laptop, you need some software. Either you can use VMware Workstation or Oracle VirtualBox. Suppose in your laptop you have installed Windows operating system. Now for testing purpose, you need to install a Linux operating system. It could be RHEL, that is Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or CentOS. So how we can install Linux operating system? So for that we need software. So it is up to you whether you want to go with VMware Workstation or Oracle VirtualBox. The functionality of each is almost same, but the VMware Workstation is the paid one and Oracle VirtualBox is freeware. So if you are going with VMware Workstation, they can give an evaluation of 60 days. So you can use this software for 60 days. After that you have to purchase the licensed one. And if you want to do the practice and if you want to go with the free one, then you can go with the Oracle VirtualBox. So let's see what are the links we have. First of all, this is the link for RHEL ISO image. So here you can go and download the RHEL ISO image. So one thing we have to understand here, for Red Hat Enterprise Linux, if you want to download, you should have the subscription for that. If you are login there, you are going to create an account, and if you are going to create an account with your personal Gmail ID, then it won't allow you to download the RHEL ISO image. If you are working in any organization, then you should have your company should have a proper subscription, so you can use those credentials and download the RHEL operating system. In case if you do not have the subscription of Red Hat, then you can go with the CentOS ISO image. CentOS is almost same to Red Hat. So for testing purpose, I would recommend you can download the CentOS. The link you have in the PPT, just click on that and you can simply download the CentOS. So whatever the practice we have done in the complete course module, so that would be applicable for CentOS as well. Now coming to the VMware Workstation. So this is the link from where you can download the VMware Workstation. So you just go there and download it. But if you download the VMware Workstation, that would be for the period of 60 days. After 60 days, you have to purchase the licensed one. The next one is the Oracle VM VirtualBox. You can also download this Oracle VirtualBox for the installation of Linux operating system over to your laptop on which we have the Windows. So that's a freeware. So if you do not want to purchase the VMware Workstation, you can go with the Oracle VMware VirtualBox. So let's see what are the different links we have. So this is the link for the access or download the RHEL operating system. So if you log in to this website, it will take you here. Now here you can choose the product Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Just click on that. Now here you can see that this is what it is showing here. Now you have to click on this, browse the available evaluation version. Now suppose I am requesting for evaluation. So here it is saying that if I am continue with that Red Hat Enterprise Linux, it is asking me to log in here. Let me log in here with my ID. So you can create your own account to this website. So I have just created my personal account, that is created an account with my Gmail ID. So now you can see that we are getting a warning message that we have noticed that the RedHat login uses a personal email address. So we are sorry, but users must have an enterprise or business email address to obtain products evaluations. So you should have the business email ID, then only it will allow you to download the RedHat Enterprise Linux. So best way is to go with the CentOS. So you have to click on the link which I have given you. So if you'll click on that, it will take you into this page. Here you can see the different ISO image. So you can select any one of that according to your reason. If you click here, I'm clicking on the first one. Here you can see that it will download. The size is your 4.3 GB and you can save it. Okay, so for testing purpose, I would recommend you to go with the CentOS. And for Oracle VM VirtualBox, so you have to click on this link. After that, you have to click on this Windows host, because you are going to install this Oracle VirtualBox over to the Windows operating system. If you click here, immediately it will ask to where to save this file. So save this file, and to install this VirtualBox, it's very simple. You have to just click next, that's all. And this is your virtual VMware workstation. Here you have to go to this link. After that, all downloads here, and all the products started showing here. You can search with that. Control F, VMware workstation. Here you can see that VMware workstation. Click on that, and from here you can download it. This is the latest one. So we need to install VMware workstation over to the Windows machine. So you have to go with the first one. Go to downloads. Here, from here you can download it. It is somewhere around 511.84 MB. So these are the different links which we have, and which can be used to download the appropriate Linux operating system and also your virtual box. So friend, that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we are going to understand how we can install an Linux operating system over to your laptop using VMware workstation. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. So friends, in this lecture, we are going to understand how we can install a Linux operating system over to your laptop. To install a Linux operating system over to your laptop, you need a software that is called VMware Workstation Pro. This software you can download from the internet. You have to go to the Google and search for download VMware Workstation. After downloading this software, it's very simple to installation. You have to click next. It's simply a exe file, and once you install this VMware software, that would be installed over to your laptop. Suppose in your laptop a Windows 10 is running, so you can install that VMware software on your Windows machine. Now you have to download the ISO image of your Linux operating system. Suppose if you want to go with the latest one, RHEL7.5, the beta version is already latest. So you have to download the ISO image of Linux from the internet. Now you have both the things. You have already installed VMware Workstation and downloaded the ISO image of your Linux. Now I will show you how we can install an Linux operating system using this VMware software. So I have just opened the VMware Workstation. Okay, now after that you have to click here, create a new virtual machine. It's very simple. You have to go with the advanced one. Okay, and next, now I'm choosing here, I will install the operating system later. The last option, the Linux, what you are operating, guest operating system. My guest operating system is the Linux, and I'm going to install RHEL7 64-bit. So whatever you are going to install, you have to choose from the menu. Next, where you want to the virtual machine name, you can give anything. Suppose I am giving this testing. Suppose I am doing the testing, I am giving a name testing, and you can take the default one, no issues. And I am going to create a directory here. That would be in my F. I have given a default name, any name, RHEL testing I have given. Now you can see that the location where my all the files related to the virtual machine will be going in this location. Next, the processors. So the processor resources that you have to choose, so that would be allocated from your host machine, your Windows machines, and the Linux machine, that is your guest machines. So these resources will be allocated to your machines, your virtual machines. It is up to you what memory you want to give it. You can give 2. The minimum for Linux is 1.5 GB. So I'm giving 2 GB here. So we have few options for the network connection. So the first one is the use bridge networking, the second one is the network address translation, and the third one is the used host only networking. So basically, I'm not going into very detail, but I'm giving just a brief introduction what is this. If you go with this bridge networking, what will happen? Suppose I have a laptop, a Windows machine is running on that. In that I have installed the workstation, VMware workstation, and in VMware workstation my 3 Linux machines are running. Okay, 3 Linux machine is running on my one laptop with the help of VMware workstation. I have another laptop, and in that laptop a VMware workstation is installed and another 4-5 VM machines are running. Okay, so if you selected this option and both the laptop, if it is in the same network, what will happen? The machines, the Linux machines are running on one laptop in one VM workstation. They would able to communicate the machines which are running on the another laptop VMs. Okay, suppose I have 2 laptops, one is mine, another is my friend's, and both the laptops Windows operating system is there, and in the Windows I have installed VMware workstation on both the machines. I have installed 2 Linux operating system and my friends installed 3 Linux operating system. So my 2 Linux operating system would able to communicate with the 3 machines which is hosted on my friend's laptop. If you'll choose this option, okay, and if you'll choose this use network translation, so what will happen? Netting will be established. So in that case, what will happen? Suppose my host, my host would be my Windows machine, my Windows 10 or whatever on which I have installed the VMware workstation. Suppose my Windows machine, the host machine is having internet connections. What will happen? The netting will be happening there, so the clients can also use the internet connection from the host, right? Suppose my guest machine, Linux machines, want to communicate to the google.com. So what will happen? My guest machine will go via the host machine, and at the host machine what DNet and SNet will be happening. So just for the sake of your knowledge, if you select for SNet, what will happen? Your guest machine, if I say guest machine, it means your Linux machine, and host machine is your Windows machine, okay, on which we have installed the VMware workstation. So if you selected the net, what will happen? The host machines will, the guest machines will have the internet connection if your host machine is having the internet connection, in simple words. And if you selected this one, host only networking, what will happen? Suppose I have 3 Linux machines running on my VMware, so all 3 machines can able to communicate to each other. And suppose my friend is having 3 machines in their laptop, but the machines won't able to communicate from one laptop to another machine. But in a laptop, 3 VMs are there, so 3 VMs are able to communicate. Okay, so in simple words, this is the network connection, and this is the feature of your VMware. That is not a feature of your Linux operating system. Okay, basically this is for the network connection, the Ethernet card which you are going to select here. So I am choosing the second option. Okay, the SCSI controller, I am going with the default one. Okay, create a virtual machine, virtual disk. This is for the disk, OS disk, on which you are going to install an operating system. So I am choosing 20 GB here. Okay, so store a disk as a single file. If you select this option, allocate all space. Now what will happen? Suppose you have chosen 20 GB here, so 20 GB space immediately it will give to the machine. And if you will not select this option, what will happen? Although the system will be showing 20 GB, if you after the installation, if you see the space, it will show 20 GB, but in actual it will taking only those space which is actually it is taking. Suppose after installation it is taking only 11 GB. So it will be taking only 11 GB space from your host machine, but it will show 20 GB. Allocating the full capacity can enhance performance but requires all of the physical disk to be available right now. If you do not allocate all the space now, the virtual disk start small and grows as you add data to it. So what will happen? 11 GB suppose my actual space will take, and if it is grow, then it will take the space from your host till 20 GB. Okay, so where you have to create your virtual disk, I'm going to choose the same location. F, it was RHEL testing. Next, finish. Now I have created a template here. You can see the template I have created here now. Okay, after that I have to boot the template. To boot the template, I need the ISO image of my operating system. So I have to select this is my all virtuals, like this is the memory, I have selected 2 GB, the processor, hard disk, everything is showing there. The CD drive, here I have to select the ISO image, use ISO image. So wherever you have copied your ISO image, you have to browse and select here. Okay, suppose I have selected F drive, this is RHEL7 ISO. In this directory I have this ISO image, so I would be selecting here and OK, and after that I will boot this virtual machine. So what will happen? It will start booting my machine on with the help of the CD drive. So in the CD drive we have the ISO image of my operating system. Now you can see the installation will start in few seconds. Now you can see the installation has been started. So friend, that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture we'll proceed further. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. So friends, let's continue. I'm just power on this virtual machine. It will start boot from the CD drive. In the CD drive I have the ISO image. Now you can see the system has been started now. It started booting with the help of CD drive. I'm taking the full screen now. So few options are coming. If you press I, what will happen? The installation will start. And if you want to test the media, then you have to press M. If you feel that your media doesn't have proper image, then you can check the media as well. So I am selecting the first option. The installation will start. Press enter key to begin the installation. Okay, now the installation has been started now. It will take few seconds from now. Now here you can see a device /dev sr0 that is showing there. So this device file, that is /dev sr0, this basically denotes your CD drive, okay, in which we have the OS operating system. Your CD is in this drive. So this is just for the sake of your knowledge, /dev sr0 is the device file for the CD drive. Okay, now it is checking for the contents of the disk. Okay, so here it will take few seconds. After that the installation will start. Now you can see the installation has been started now. Starting installer, one moment. A graphical view will be coming. Okay, now you can see welcome to RedHat Enterprise 7.2. Okay, now what language would you like to use during the installation? So I would be going for the default one, English, United States. If you want to use, you can English in India as well. So what language which you would like to prefer, you can go ahead and choose. Now few options are coming like date. Okay, I'm okay with the Asia Kolkata. If you want to change, you can go ahead. Keyboard is there, a language in support is there. Security policies, if you want, you can select the security policy. Otherwise, after the installation, you can select the security policy. So I am not selecting any security policy as of now. Okay, local installation source. If I select here, it will show you this device SR0. This denotes the device file name for your CD drive. and this is the media. If you want to verify here, you can go ahead. So all looks fine, nothing we need to do here. Okay, minimum software selection. Software selection, if you click here, so what software you want, minimum installation, if you want it, you have to choose this one. This is the default one. If you want the server with GUI, the graphical mode, then you have to select the last one. So basically, you know, it is up to you what package you want for the installation. So here I am selecting this one, and I am not selecting the more packages here. After the installation of this operating system, we can install the packages. Okay, we will create the yum repositories, and with the help of yum repositories, we will installing the lot of packages. So what I am selecting here, simple, I am selecting server with GUI mode. Okay, now installation destination. Okay, so with this option, what will happen? It will select the partitions. Now you can see this is my disk, 20 GB disk, which I have selected there at the time of installation. When we were creating the template, that time we have selected 20 GB. So this is what it is showing here now. Now you can see here we have two options. Automatically configure partitions. If you select this one option, the default one, what will happen? The system will create the partition by its own. Okay, but if you want to create your own partition size, like if you want the root file system should be 20 GB or whatever, okay, like 15 GB, and if you want some other file systems, then you can create this option. I will create and configure the partitioning. Okay, and after doing this, you have to select done. Now you can see here the option is coming to you. Create your own partitions. Create your own partitions, you have to select plus. Now you can see here few options are there. Standard partitions, what will happen? The disk, you can create standard partitions are there. But the disadvantage with the standard partition is that you cannot further extend the file systems or partitions. Suppose you have created a root file system of 10 GB, but in future you cannot extend it. Okay, but if you go with the LVM, you have that much of flexibility. You can extend the file system at later stage as well. You can see one more option, BTRFS. It's a modern file system that was began development in 2007, and it is basically the GPL license, but currently considered unstable. Okay, so we'll not choose this option. Okay, and this is one more option. You can see thin provisioning is there. So basically thin provisioning is basically the LVM, that's a part of LVM. You can say the LVM is a good way to use the disk space on the server more efficiently, and one of the benefits of LVM is that we can take the snapshot of LVM based partitions and create thinly provisioned logical volumes. So thin provisioning allows us to create the larger logical volumes than available disk space. So this is what the funda of thin provisioning. So we'll be understanding here the two important thing. The 99% we are either going with the standard partition or LVM. Okay, suppose I am using the standard partitions, and let me show you how we can create the partitions. So you have to click plus. After that, what will happen? It will ask for the mount point. So here are the mount points are coming. This is the root. I want to give it, suppose I want to give it 14 GB. Okay, so like this way you have to give it. Add mount point. Now you can see this 14 GB has been added now. Suppose I want to create /boot, my bootable file system. I want to give only 500 MB for that. 500 has been selected now. I want to create one more partition, like suppose I want to create home. I can give home for 4 GB. Okay, and swap is also important. Okay, I want to create swap is for 2 GB. So like this way you can create your own partitions. That is up to you. Okay, and after that you can create done. Okay, accept changes. Okay, custom partition selected. KDM is by default enabled. Network and host name. Suppose these are the Ethernet card name ENO 167777736. You want to make it yes. Okay, and if you want to add bonding and whatever you want to do it, suppose you have two Ethernet card, you can do the bonding at this stage as well. Okay,
And if you want to configure like static IP, you want to give DSCP IP, then here is the options. Currently it is showing automatic DSCP, so IP will be configured dynamically. Okay, the system will give IP automatically. Suppose you want to give it statically, so you have to change it from there, manual. Okay, now add, from here you can give the addresses. I am selecting the automatically here. Okay, done, and begin installation. Now you have to set the root password. You can set the root password as well. RedHat, whatever the password you want to give, you can give it here. Okay, user, if you want to create any user here, you can give any user here. Okay, if you want to make it as a admin user, then you have to check. So what will happen, this user which you are going to create, that would be have the admin privileges. Okay, now you can see 1236 packages needs to install for this complete installation. It will take some time here, and once all the packages will be installed, the system will take reboot, and after that your system is ready to use. Okay, so this is a very simple way you can use for the installation of the Linux operating system over to your laptop. Okay, so guys, you can start doing installation from your own, and this is very simple steps. And if you have any confusion, anytime you can write to me, or you can put your question in the question answer forum of this course module. Okay friends, so thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lectures. Hello everyone. So friends, in this lecture I'm going to show you how we can connect to the virtual machine that we have created with the help of VMware Workstation from your laptop using a very simple software that is called PuTTY. So in the last lecture we got an idea about the installation of Linux operating system. So one way is to you can directly go to your VMware Workstation, and from there you can select the machine and then you can log in, and that is called the console login. Another way is to you can install a PuTTY software, and with the help of PuTTY software you can put the IP of your box of your Linux operating system, and you can connect to your Linux operating systems. That is something like, suppose if your Linux box is at remote location, suppose you are sitting here and your server is in some data center, then you have to use the PuTTY software, which can be used to connect to your Linux operating system. So let me show you how we can do that. So first of all, you need to install the PuTTY software. So this is the link for that, www.putty.org, and this window will open. After that, click here, and here you can see that there are two types. This is as per your architecture. So if your Windows machine is 32-bit, then you have to use this one, and if it is 64-bit, you can use this one. Mine is 64-bit. So I need to install this PuTTY software on my laptop because I want to access my Linux operating system from my laptop. So I've just clicked here, download, and it is a small package that would be size of 2.9 MB. So it has been done. Open, next, and next it will be installed. I've already installed, that's why it is showing that this is already installed. Cancel, yes. So my PuTTY software has been installed now. Next step is I'm going to my VMware machine. So this machine, this is workstation I have just installed now, and if I'm going inside to my box, if I'll simplify ifconfig, many times I have seen that ifconfig command is not available. If you have installed an operating system using the minimum software, so in that case this ifconfig command is not present. In that case you need to install the package. Right click here, setting, and then this, go to this here, you can just mount this, connect your ISO image. So connected, okay, and then I'm going to mount the CD drive. So for that I would be using mount dev sr0 and mnt. So you need to mount this to install the package for ifconfig if your ifconfig command is not working. So you need to go into the mnt. So what I have done here, I have simply mounted my ISO of my OS CD, that is my CentOS or RedHat, whatever you are using. And the package which you need to install is something related with the net tools. So search for the package which start with net tools. Here you can see in the output I got a package name, that RPM package, that is net tools. So you need to install this package. You install rpm-ivh net desk tools. Okay, here it will it will say that this package is already installed because I am able to fire this command. If you are not able to fire ifconfig command, just install this package. Now if I am simple fire ifconfig, I can see that an interface that is ENS33 is showing there, but there is no IP at all. And to connect to my this VMware from my laptop putty, from the putty which is installed at laptop, I need an IP address. So I need to configure an IP to my this box. So I'm in this location. I need to go into here, this etc sysconfig. In that we have a directory that is network desk scripts. Okay, now I'm in this location. Here if I'll fire lsfn-ltr at the last, I can see the configuration file of my network. If you remember, when I fired this ifconfig command, I got the name of my interface, it was ENS33, and the configuration file of my network is also related with that, that is ifcfg-ens33. So I need to edit this file. Let's see, vi, I am using my editor, that is vi cfg-ens33. Here I can see few output. This is the type, this is the type here, Ethernet device. Okay, so here you can see that this is showing static. Okay, so let me first put it DSCP, and I need to put it onboard yes. Reason being, if your system will start, so automatically it will get an IP. Okay, so here I have given DSCP. So what will happen when I restart my system, or maybe when I try to restart the service of network, the system will give an IP automatically. That is called DSCP, dynamic host configuration file. Your system will get an IP automatically. So I'm using DSCP, that is in the boot proto is equal to DSCP, and at the last onboard I have put it yes. Save, and after that I am just firing systemctl restart network. So this has been done now. Again I am going to fire ifconfig. Let's see my system has got an IP or not. Still I can see that my system has not get an IP. I need to make it up. If ENS33. This done now. Now you can see that my Ethernet ENS33 has got an IP, and the series of IP is 193.168.43.179. Now we have installed putty here. Okay, now I can simply give the IP here 192.168.43.179, and I'm logging as a root here. So I have given root, and I need to specify the password here. The password is RedHat. Now I'm able to log into my box here. Okay, if I'll simple fire ifconfig, sorry, it's ifconfig, you can see whatever it is showing there. So it is easy to configure or monitor your system or do administration part of that box from here putty. Now, but one thing here, maybe if you'll take the reboot of your system and after 1 or 2 days the system will get another IP, maybe some other series of, right? So to make it permanent, you have to do one thing here. If you want that the IP which I have got it 192.168.43.179, it should be permanent. So in that case what you can do, again you have to come into this location, and VIF this file, and instead of this boot pro, make it static. And I know that the IP address which it got is 192.168.43.179, and net mask is my this one 255.255.255. and if you want to use gateway, you can use gateway as well, right? So this is what you have to edit, and onboard is everything is fine now. So this is your permanent IP, we can say that. After that you need to restart the service. At home basically you are using the broadband connection, because either you have Airtel or whatever broadband connection at your home, and the laptop which is having the Wi-Fi connection. So here you need to do one more thing. Right click here and go to the setting, and better to select this one, bridged, right? Okay, bridged, and let's see. Now the same IP I can see here, it is here only, you can see that. Let me try to re-access my system, duplicate session, same IP here, you can see that, and I'm trying to access my system here, password, and you can see that I am able to log into the box. So this is simple steps which can be used to log in to your virtual machine from the laptop putty, we can say that. So these are my virtual machines which I have created on my VMware workstation, and VMware workstation is installed on my laptop operating system, that is the Windows operating system. So the putty needs to be installed at the Windows operating system. Here you can see that I have installed putty, right? So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea like how we can connect to my this box from putty. And one more thing, here you can see that I have another box as well, and I have two boxes. If I'll simplify if config, you can see that this system is also having an IP, that is 192.168.43.49, and if I'm trying to ping to my third box, that is 43.179, you can see that I'm able to access. And here if I'm here and let me try to ping that box 43.1, it was 49 I believe, right? So you can see that both the box are able to communicate to each other. So like this way you can create your setup. Like you need two box for doing a lot of practice. Like one box you can make it as a client, another box you can make it as a server, and change the network type as a bridge and give a static IP from both the box. And after that you have your own setup, and you can start doing practice from your own. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Still, if you have any confusion, any suggestion if you have for me, you are most welcome. Bye bye, take care, thanks.
Welcome to our Linux classes. In this lecture, we are going to understand file system structure in Linux. We all know that Unix or Linux, it uses a hierarchical file system structure, much like an upside down tree, which always start with slash, that is your root, or we can say root is the base of file system and all other directories spreading from there. A Unix or Linux file system is a collection of files and directories, and that has the many properties that we are going to understand. So the structure of Unix file system, that is something like that. Now you can see in this PPT, it always start with slash. Slash means root. We call slash as a root in Unix. Every single file and directory start from root file system, or you can say root directory. Only root user has a write privilege under this directory. I'm talking about this one. Now you can see that this is the starting point. Any directory if you want to reach, it always start from this. Any file, any directory, it is available in your Linux system, that always start from root. So only root user has the right
privilege under this directory. And you have to note it down that /root is the root user's home directory. We all know that in Linux we have the home directory in which we have the users home directories, like we have different users and different users have their home directory. Like this way, the root is also a user whose home directory is your /root. Let's understand each directories under to root. The first one is your /bin. User binaries. It contains the binary executables like the few commands like ls command, ping command, grep command. So all these things commands there that is residing in this location /bin. Or we can say the common Linux commands that you need to use in single user mode are located under this directory. The next one is your sbin. Sbin is basically your system binaries. We call it as a system binary. It is here, you can see I am discussing one by one. Sbin is your system binaries. It is just like as /bin. It also contains binary executables. But the Linux commands located under this directory are used typically by system administrator. Like if I am a system administrator, so whatever the usually commands we would be using, that would be residing in this location, and that is basically for system maintenance purpose, like IP tables, the commands like reboot, fdisk, ifconfig, swap on. So these commands residing into this location, which is usually basically by your system admin for the maintenance purpose. The next one is your /etc. So this location is basically for the configuration files. It contains configuration files required by all programs. Whenever you install any package, any software, anything in your system, its configuration file will always go into this directory. This also contains the startup and shutdown shell scripts, or basically it is used to start and stop individual programs as well. And it also contains the configuration files like etc resolve.conf, etc logrotate.conf. Like this way, all the configuration file you will find it in this location. The next one is your /dev, this one, device file. So basically it contains device files, and it includes terminal devices like USB or any device attached to the system. And like for example, like /dev tty1, like you have attached a USB device, then it would be like /dev USB mono, something like that. So any device you are going to connect to your system, that would be its device file will be created into this location. Like suppose you have attached a new hard disk, a new storage device, so its device file will be created into this location. The next one is your /proc, that is for the process information. It contains the information about your system process, and this is basically a pseudo file system which contains information about your running process. It's a pseudo, actually it is not existing anywhere, it is basically on your memory. If you will reboot your system, the file system will be vanished. The system will come up, again a new file system has been created as a proc. And for example, like what are the informations we have, like suppose we have different process is running. So in that directory like /proc with the process ID directory contains information about processes with particular process IDs. And we can say that it's a virtual file system with text information about your system resources. The next one is your variable /variable. So basically var stands for the variable files, okay, and it contains the log, system logs, and database files logs as well, like varlib, emails also there, var email, print queues like var spool, log files, var log, temp files. So this is basically a variable locations, and all your log files and the content of the files that are expected to grow can be found under this directory. So this is what all the informations that would be into this directory. So we should have at least the basic idea about what each directory stands for. The next one is your /temp. That is for the temporary files, the directory that contains temporary files created by system and users. Files under this directories can be deleted when your system is rebooted. So friend, that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture we'll understand few more directories that you can see in the PPT. So that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll have more things about it. Thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to our Linux classes. Let's continue and understand few more directories. The next one is your /usr. You can see here. This is we are going to discuss here. So it stands for user programs. So this directory contains binaries, libraries, documentation files. In this directory, we have the directory bin and sbin, like /usr bin, which contains the binary files for user programs. Basically, the few commands like at, awk, less, scp. So those commands reside in /usr/bin directory, and those are for user programs, we call it. There are further directory, that is your sbin, that is in /usr, which contains the system administration commands like your cron, sssd, user add. If you want to add a user add. So basically it resides in /usr sbin. The next one is your /home, which is basically stands for home directories. Home directories for all the users to store their personal files. Like suppose there is a user John, there is a user like Nitika. So their home directory would be /home John and /home Nitika. So like this way, whatever the user you have in your system, their home directories would be created under /home. The next one is your /boot, which stands for bootloader files. So your system boots, there are a lot of files which is required to help the system to boot up. So those files reside into this directory. It contains the bootloader related files like your kernel files, your initramfs file, VM Linux, that is your kernel file, grub files, all are located in /boot. The next one is your /lib, system libraries, which contains library files that supports the binaries that are located in /bin and sbin. In /bin and sbin, we have the binaries. So those binary needs the library files, and those library files are resides in this location /lib. The library file names either like ld star, and if you remember lib star.so, something like that. Okay. The next one is your /opt. This is called, which stands for optional add-on applications. When you install any software, any package application, so it always their files will always go into this location /opt, which stands for optional, contains add-on application from individual vendors. The next one is your mnt, that is called mount directory. Basically we use this directory to mount anything, like suppose you have the CD drive and you want to mount your CD drive into some location. You can usually use this directory, temporary mount directories, where system admins can mount the file systems. Okay. The next one is your /media, that is for the removable media drives, temporary mount directories for removable devices like your CD-ROM, your floppy, and your CD drive, USB. And the last one is your /srv, that is your service data, which stands for service. Okay, and that contains the server specific services related data. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea like what is the hierarchy of file system, and that starts from your root file system, that is /, and under that we have different system directories, and what each directory stands for, and what are the files which contains under these directories. So we got a basic idea. Okay, so thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to our Linux classes. In this lecture, we are going to understand how to identify Linux file types. In Linux or Unix operating system, we all know that we have different Linux file types. So with the help of few commands output, we have to understand whether it's a file, directory, character device file, block device file, your socket files, symbolic link, etc. So the most used and obvious file types are your regular files and directories. Suppose I am in one directory and I want to see the content of that directory. So we have few commands like ls-ltr, with the help of this command we can see the content of the directory. In the content it could be different file types, it could be files and directories, but 90% that would be your files or directories, but still we have few more file types. This is what we are going to understand in this lecture. So after seeing the output of a file, how we can identify, how we can understand whether it's a file or directory or different file types, this is what we are going to understand in this lecture. So let's see the different file types we have. The first one is your regular file, the second one is your directory, third one is your character device file like block device file, socket file, named file and symbolic line. So these are the file types that you can encounter if you work in Linux operating system. So let's understand each file type one by one. A regular file. The regular file is most common file type found on Linux system. So basically your text file, your images, binary files, shared files, so they are called your simple regular files, text files. And if you want to understand whether it's a file or directory, how we can identify it? So now you can see here I have used a simple command ls-ltr and I have given the name of the file. So here it started with dash. So what does it mean? If any file is started with dash, its file type would be file. It's a file. Okay. And if it is started with D, it means it's a directory. Directory is the second most common file types found in Linux. Directory can be created with the help of command mkdir. Directory, if you compare with Windows, in Windows we have new folder, and in Linux or Unix we have directories. In directories we can further create subdirectories of files. So if it is started with D, it means that this is a directory. Okay, this file type is a directory. Okay, so this lecture is basically you have to understand, you have to judge how you can understand this is a file or directory. Okay, or different file types. The next one is your character device. Character and block device files allow users and programs to communicate with hardware variable devices. If it is something related with the hardware, like suppose you have a system Linux server and you have request some LUNs from the storage team, some disk, and once the storage team has allocated some LUNs to your system, you will be firing few commands. After that the LUNs would be visible, the disk would be visible on your Linux servers. So the files that would be created for your storage devices, your LUNs or disk, that would be as a character device file or a block device file. So any file, if it is started with D, now you can understand that it's a character device file. And if it is started with B, it means it's a block device file. The block device files are similar to character device files. They mostly govern with hardware as hard drives, memory, etc. Okay. The next one is your local domain sockets. Usually system admin doesn't have need to much bother about local domain socket files. Just for the sake of your knowledge, the local domain sockets are used for communication between processes. Generally they used by services such as X Windows, syslog, etc. So your basically sockets are used for the communication between processes. So any file that would be started with S, so basically it's a socket. Okay, we all know that if you do anything on your system, like if you simply fire the command ls, okay, so at the backend a process has been initiated, and what does the process require? It requires some memory and CPU, and that has been allocated by your kernel. Okay, so process itself communicate to each other and they create the files by itself, that is called socket files. Okay, the next one is your named file. Similarly as local sockets, named files also allow communication between local processes. Okay, so they can be created by the mk-not command and removed with the mn command. So if you encountered with any file that has been started with S, so that would be your socket file. The next one is your symbolic link. If a file is started with L, it means that's a link. So basically if I want to compare with the Windows, usually at desktop we create a link. Suppose I have file that is in main file that is in E directory, okay, E drive, and I have right click and created a short link at the desktop. So the link that is called the soft link. If you compare with window in Linux, that is called soft link. If you remove the short link, the main file would be there. But if you remove the main file, your link won't work. So same it is in Linux as well. It is called as a symbolic link. Another one is a hard link. Hard link basically it is just like a, suppose you have one file, you have created its hard link. So its inode number would be same. It's just like a backup. Okay, there would be two file with different name, but they are pointing to the same location, same register. So they will take a space of single file. Okay, so this is called a socket link. So this is called a hard link. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea about what are different file types. Okay, so that's all, and if you have time, please join with the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. In this lecture, we are going to understand about locating file by names. In the last lecture, we have understand about the Linux file system hierarchy. We have seen that how the different directories and files are connected to each other. And also we understand the different file types. So in this lecture, we are going to understand about the locating files by name. To understand this, first of all, we should have the concept of what is path, what is absolute path, and what are relative paths. And we'll do a lot of lab session or practice session so that you can have the better understanding about these terminologies. And this is a very important topic to understand. So first of all, we need to understand what is a path. In simple word, or the definition of path is, a path is a unique location to a file or a folder in a file system of an operating system. A path to a file is a combination of / and alphanumeric characters. So this is a simple definition of path. So what does it mean? It means that suppose I have a file, and that file could be any location. If it is placed in your operating system Linux, so it could be placed in /temp, it could be placed in some other location like /boot, or it could be placed in some other different location as well. So wherever your file, there should be some path. Like if it is in /temp, so the path would be your /temp and the name of your file. So the path definition is a unique location to a file or a folder. So there could be any directory or there could be any file whose there would be a path. Suppose you want to search a directory like log, and it is placed in where. So the unique location would be /var log. Now next topic is what is absolute path. Absolute path is defined as a specifying location of a file or directory from the root directory. In other words, we can say absolute path is a complete path from the start of actual file system, that is from /. So it is showing that suppose you have few files in this location where ftp pub. Suppose I have a file in pub that is abc.com. I have a file like that. So the complete path of ABC would be where ftp pub. If you want to reach to the file that is placed on pub, you have to follow the path, complete path. Where first you have to go to the where, then ftp, then pub. So the absolute path, if we'll talk about, so it tells the complete path that would be from the start of the actual file system and from / directory. Here you can see that start with this / directory. So that is called the absolute path. Like this way, suppose I have a file grub.configuration file. So what would be its complete path? Its complete path would be /boot /grub and this location. So this is the absolute path. Next thing is what is relative path? A relative path is defined as path defined to the present working directory. It means that suppose you are already in some location and you have to go to some other location. So instead of following the complete path, you can jump from that location to directly to that location. You can understand this with an example here. Suppose I am in this location. Suppose you are in this location, where log. You are sitting at this location, where log. Okay. You have go to this location, and now you have to go to this location, where log kernel. You are already in this location, where log, and you have to go to this location. So what would be the best way? You can directly go from log to the kernel. So that is called the relative path. And you can follow the absolute path as well. You can go to the complete path as well. You are already here in log location, log directory. If you are following the absolute path, that would be var log and then go to the kernel. But I am already in this location. Why should I follow the complete or absolute path for that? So this is what your relative path. So relative path is saying that you are already in this location. So here you have to simple use this cd kernel. You will be jump to the var log kernel directory. And this is called your relative path. The relative path is not following your complete path. It just sees that where you are currently residing and what is the shortest way to reach to the destination. So this is very simple here. This is an example changing directory to this location by using the relative path concept. That would be simple cd kernel, and then you can use this as well. This is your absolute path. Both are correct. You are in this location, and if you will fire this command, you can reach to the destination. If you firing this command, this way also you can reach to the destination. But this way is called your relative path concept, and this is your absolute path concept. So this is the basic difference between the absolute path and relative path. Hope you have understand the basic concept of your paths. And in the next lecture, once we will do the lab session, then you can understand more on that. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. So this is a lab session in which we are going to understand what is a path, what is a relative path, and what is absolute path. So let me log into my Linux server and do some practice on that. So this is my Linux box. So very first command which I have used is pwd, which tells your current working directory. Suppose I am in this location where ftp pub, and I am giving this pwd which tells that where you are currently residing. I am in this location where ftp pub, and this is my complete path, or we can say it is the address of this location. Suppose I am in this location root. Here I am in root location, and I want to go to this location where ftp pub. I have to follow this path cd/var/ftp/pub. So this is my complete path, and this is also called your absolute path as well. Suppose I am in this location and I want to go to this location, so I have to follow the absolute path. My absolute path would be the complete path where ftp pub. This is the best way to reach to the destination, right? Now suppose I am in this location where ftp, okay, this is my current location. Okay, now I want to reach to where ftp pub. So there are two ways. The first way, I have to follow the absolute path, that is your complete path. So I have to reach to where ftp, and into that directory there is a further directory is called pub, and I have to go inside that. I can do by following two ways. The first one is your absolute path, in which I have to follow the complete path. Simply I have to give where ftp pub, okay, and I can reach to this location. But unnecessary, I have to type the complete path. If I am already in in this location where ftp pub, why should I follow the complete path? I can use the relative path as well. I'm just coming one step back. Now again I am in this location. So first way is to follow this path, that is your complete path, and another way is to follow the relative path. Relative path, you have to just cd and pub. So this is the best way to reach to the destination, and this is called relative path. Hope you understand with this example what is path, what is absolute path, and what is relative path. I'm taking another example. Suppose let me give clear. Suppose I have to, okay, I'm in this location. Suppose I have to go for this grub.cfg file. So what is the location of that file? That is in cd/boot grub2 and grub.cfg. So this is the unique path, or you can say the complete path to reach to this file. Okay, as it is a file, I have to use cat. If you want to read the file, you have to give the complete path, absolute path if you want to read the file, or if you want to go to this directory, you have to simply this cd and then this one. Now you have reached here, ls search, and you can read this file, cat this file, right? Now I want to read this file, this one. Okay, I want to read this file. So what is the best way? I can read this file by two ways. First is the absolute path. I can simply give I'm in this location. If I am following the absolute path, then I have to follow this cat boot grep2 and the name of my file. Okay, and this is one way to read the file. Here I have to type, I have to write the complete path, absolute path. I'm in this location. Another way, I can simply, I'm already in this location. Why should I follow the complete path? I can simply cat and give the grep2.gfg file. This is a relative path. Simply I can cat okay, the file is grep.cfg. Sorry for this grep2. Now I can simply cat this the grep.configuration file. It will open. So this is a relative path, right? I believe you have understand what is the basic difference between absolute path and relative path. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture, and next lecture would also a lab session. So thanks for watching.
Hello friends, welcome to RedHat System Administration. So friends, this is a lab session in which we are going to do practice on locating files and directories, and will learn new commands as well. So let me log into my RHEL systems. This is my RHEL systems, and I have just opened a terminal. So friends, very first command which we have already learned in the last lecture was pwd, present working directory, which tells you where you are currently residing, or you can say the pwd command display the full path name of the current location. Suppose I want to see the content of in this directory, then I would be using the command ls. ls command will tell you what all the things we have in this directory. It could be files, it could be directories, subdirectories in that directory. But with this output, you can see the command which I have used, ls command, which is for listing the content of any directory. But the output doesn't tell you what exactly is it. Is it a file? Is it a directory? So I think with this output, you guys doesn't able to understand whether it is a file, whether it is a directory, and what are the permissions we have with the file or directory. So to get the proper output which is more understandable to all of us, then we would be using some option with ls command. That would be L. I have uses long listing. So with this output, you can see which I have used ls-l. I am scrolling up. You can see now you are able to understand like whether it's a file or directory, and you can see with some permissions are also there. I am not going into the permission as of now because there would be a separate section for that. So friends, with this output, we have come to know that whether it's a file or directory, and also we have seen the permission as well as the owner like root or yadu. You can see abc, these are group name, and the date of the file when it was created. And also we can use further more options like ls-l time, and for this is for reverse order. So with this output, you can see it is showing in the ascending order the files which was created at the earlier, which will show, and then it will be in the ascending order. Let me show you. You can use pipe and ls command. You can see the file which was created on October, it is showing, then November, then December. So it is in ascending order, file or directory, whatever it is. Okay, and if you have some confusion related to any command, anytime you can use man command and then put ls command, so which will give you a complete idea about the command, what exactly the command is and what are the options with this. So you will get a proper synopsis about the command, like description, name. You can see in the output ls is the listing directory content, synopsis, description, everything is there. If you have any confusion, you can use the man command. Nobody knows all the options. That's why this commands you have, so that you can use the command and get the proper output here. So you can see with this output all the options you have. So we have learned ls, what are the options we have. We have also learned pwd command. And suppose you have to move to some other location, then you would be using change directory. cd is for change directory. Suppose you have to move into this boot grub2, then you would be using this, okay, change directory. So change directory is basically if you want to change your location from your current location. Okay, so the next command is your touch command. So touch command normally updates a file timestamp to the current date and time without otherwise modifying it. So this is a useful for creating empty files as well. So friends, if you want to create an empty file, like I am creating any empty file, test12. So this command will create an empty file as well. Okay, and I have already told this command will update the file's timestamp as well. Suppose I have already a file like ls-ltr, this file I have. You can see the timestamp of this file is December 14, right? And the current date is this one, 15. If I would be using touch scr.ssh, and again I am seeing this file, the timestamp has been changed. So friends, the two function of touch is, first is to create an empty file. It will create a file which doesn't have any content. It's just like an empty file. Other thing we can do with this command is we have simply used touch and the file name, which will change the timestamp. You can see there is a file scr.sh whose time was showing December 14, but I have used touch and the file name. You can see the timestamp has been changed to the current one. So this is the idea about touch command. Okay, so friends, there is one more command which I have forgot to tell you, ls-a. ls-a, let me tell you one more command, clear command, which will clear you the screen. ls-a will give you the hidden files. So in Linux, the hidden file, it starts with dot. Okay, if you have any hidden file, hidden things, you can use ls-a. Okay, and one more thing, if you want to see recursively, like in your current working directory, we have further subdirectories. In further subdirectories, it can be files, and then further subdirectories could be. If you want to see the output in recursively, then you can use all and capital R. Now you can see the output is coming like that. You can see some permission denied as well, because I have just logged in as a normal user. So normal user doesn't have access to all the files and directories. That's why it is giving you some output. Now with the output, you can see here, let me show you. Here you can see recursively it is showing here. Wherever it got the permission, it is giving an output. Let me come down. This is for hidden. Now you can see this, the output. Yeah, it is showing that Ansible is a directory. In the Ansible, you can further files and directories are there. So this command is also useful. Okay, we are getting some permission denied because the user which have logged into the system, that is a normal user, that you will understand once we are doing a user administration part. So friend, just for your knowledge, you just know what are the options we have with this capital R. If you don't know, you can use man ls and go for the capital R option. Like these are the options you can see: capital A, small b, B, D is for directory. If you want to see anything about directory in a current working directory, you can see that. So all the options you can see recursively, list subdirectories recursively, you can see here, which I have shown you. Okay friends, and CDs for change directory I have told you. Suppose I want to go in, I am in this location and I know there is a directory like Ansible. If you want to give the idea about directory, you can use D here and Ansible, which will tell you whether it's a directory or no. So we have a directory that is in your temp directory, and if you want to go inside that directory, you can use cd Ansible, and ls command will give you what are the things we have in this directory. Currently there is nothing in this directory. Okay friends, there is one more command which will tell you cd. If I fire the cd command, which will take you to the home directory of your current working directory of your the users. Okay, if you will give cd dot, it will take you a step back. Okay, suppose I am going into this temp Ansible and I am firing cd dot. I think cd dot dot, cd dot dot, which will take you a step back. Okay, it will give you, you can see I was in this temp Ansible and I have just given cd dot dot. Now you can see my present working directory that has been changed from temp Ansible to /temp. So friends, you can do a lot of practice with this command, like whenever you have some confusion, always do man and the command, which will give you an idea about what all the options we have with this command. So friends, that's all for this session. Hope you have enjoyed and learned. Okay, so if you have time, please join with me in the next session. Thanks for watching. Hello friends, welcome to RedHat System Administration. So friends, this is a lab session in which we are going to understand how we can manage files using command line tools. So this is a practice session. Let me move to this PPT. So these are things we are going to discuss. File management involves creating, deleting, moving and copying files. Additionally, directories can be created, deleted, copied and moved to help organize files locally. When working at a command line, the file management requires awareness of the current working directory to choose either absolute or relative path syntax as most efficient for the immediate tasks. So friends, this is the activity session in which we are going to perform like copy a file and move file, remove file, create directories, copy directories, move directories and remove directories. And friends, one thing I want to tell you here, all these things will come once you will do practice. So again I am telling you, start doing a lot of practice, then these commands will come into tip of your fingers. If you have to copy, you don't need to open your manuals or open your notes. If you do a lot of practice, everything will be on your tip. So friends, how to copy a file? The single source cp command is basically used to copy a file, file 1 and file 2. What will happen? Whatever the content we have in file 1 will go to the file 2. If file 2 is not there, what will happen? A file 2 file will be created. A new file will be created. Like this way, multiple source like this way, copy file 1, file 2, file 3 and directories. What will happen? All these 3 files will be copied to a directory location and all these files will be going to this directory. Okay friends, moving file means you are just moving something from one location to another location, or you can see rename as well. Here move file 1, file 2. So basically what will happen here, file 1 will be moved as a file 2. So after the command there won't be file 1 be there. Instead of file 1, a new file will be created, that is called file 2, and that would be similar to file 1 as well. So here you can see move file or rename file. For that we would be using the same command. Okay, now move file 1, file 2, file 3. 3 files will be moved and that will be moving to directory, and directory could be anything like it could be test 1, 2, 3 directory. So all these files will be moved to the directory, and if you go to that directory test 1, 2, 3, you can see all these files. Like this way, remove file. Remove means you are just removing the file from your systems. So basically for that we will be using rm command, and make sure whenever using this command, it's a dangerous command, it will remove or erase the file. And if you want to remove multiple files, you have to use option -F. create directory. Directory is basically, if you'll compare with Windows, it's like a new folder. So for that you would be using mkdir command. And if you have to create multiple directories like pair 1, pair 2 directory, what will happen? You have to use p option. So it will create subdirectories. So with this command we'll create a pair 1 directory, and into that directory there would be another directory that is called pair 2. So it is just like a subdirectories. Copy a directory, we have to use an option R. That is for recursively. Otherwise, you will get an error if you try to copy a directory. So whenever you have to copy a directory, you always use R option. So directory 1, whatever we have in that directory will be copied to directory 2. Like this way, copy multiple directories, -R, directory 1, directory 2, directory 3, and will be all moved to the directory 4. Moving directory and remove directory. So friends, this is what we are going to do in the lab session. So friends, once we will be doing this in the next lecture, the lab session, then you can understand more on that. So friends, that's all for this session. In the next lecture, we will be doing a lab session on that. Thanks for watching. Hello friends, welcome to RedHat System Administration lab session. So friends, let's start. How to copy a file? I'm in temp location and I have to copy a file. First of all, we need to understand how to create a file. So to create a file, we have the command vi command and any file name. And to save it, escape colon wq exclamatory. So just now I have created a file. We'll discuss more on vi. Okay, now I have created a file that is called test, and there is some content on the file. To see the content, we would be using cat. Cat command will tell you what all the content we have in the file. How to copy this file to some other location? I would be using copy test, and I am giving another name for that, test backup you can say. Now I have used cp command to copy a file. Now I have two files. Now copy file would be there and backup file will also be there. Now two files are there with the same content. So with this copy command we can use copy the file. Here what location I am using? Temp, and I have copied the test file on temp location. Suppose I have to copy this test file into some other location, then what I have to use? Test cp test, and suppose I want to put it in this location, home S Verma, then I would be using this location. So what will happen? Test file which is in /temp location, that will be copied from temp location to /home S Verma. This is a directory. It is just a copy. It is not doing anything with the source file. It is just making a backup of the source file. Now you can see it is giving an error, permission denied. Reason being why I am getting this, maybe the test file is already there. So how to check it? We have to first go to this location, and I would be using ls command. Now I can see test file is already there. That's why I am getting an error. Let me try to delete it. How to delete the file? We would be using rm. Now I have just removed my test file. Again I am giving ls command. Now I can see there is no test file. Now again I am going to my location temp, and I would be using the same command, copy this. Now I didn't get any error. Reason being, earlier when I fired the same command, I got an error because the test file is already at the destination. That's why I'm getting a permission denied. Now I have just copied the test file that is in temp location to another location, that is your home S Verma. Now I am going to this location. Let's see whether it is copied or not. Now you can see test file has been copied. If I want to give long listing of that, I would be using test. I can see the full permission of this file. Okay, so the next command is move file. Now as of now we have understand copy file. In copy file it is not touching anything with the source file. Move file means it will move the file, the source file, from one location to another location. Here I have test file, okay, and I want to move this file. Move test into anything. I am giving new name, new test. So what will happen again if I'll fire this test? I won't get any output, no such file, because I have moved that file, and the new file name which I have given for that is the test one. Okay, if I am cat this file, I can get an output here. This is a test file. Or you can say just like rename as well. I have just renamed test into new test, you can say. So mv command is doing two things. First thing is moving the file, or as well as renaming the file as well. If I want new file from some different location, I would be using this. If I am not giving anything, what will happen? The new test file will be copied with the new test file name. Okay, if I am trying to see what all the content we have, I can use this command as well. So it will show you this. Now the output of this directory /home as Verma, you can see this new test file has been moved from temp, and I am in this location temp, and if I am trying to see new test file, I won't able, because that file has been moved to /home as Verma. Okay, let's see if we have any other file. I can see there is one more file that is called scrc. Now again what I am doing, I am just trying to move this scr file and then home. Now what I want here, I want when this file copied to this location, the name should be changed. The name should be, I want it should be 1.sh. Now it is showing operation is not permitted. It is not allowing me to copy. Let's see why it is not allowing me to copy. Reason being, let's see. The reason being, if you will see here, the permission of this file is root, and I am logged in. ID command is tell you which ID you have logged. I have logged in as a normal user, so normal user doesn't have the rights for that. So let me first create a file, touch test. Just now I have created a file, test. Okay, now again I am trying this command. Instead of this file, I am using a test, and at the destination I want whenever it is copied, its name should be this. Now you can see I am able to move the file. If I am going to this location, and if I am trying to see the output of the content of this directory, I can see this has been copied here. I have used touch. Touch means it creates an empty file. That's why it is showing 0 here. Okay friends, we have learned copy, move, and the next is rm command. Rm command basically it will remove the file. So let's see what all the content we have. We have these are the contents. Let me try to rm, and let me try to delete this file, test_bkp. Now the file has been removed, right? And if you want to remove multiple files, then you have to use rm-f and this test 1 2 and let me create few files here. Test 1 2 1 2 3. Two files I have created with the numeric number. Let me remove multiple files. So with the same command I am able to delete 3 files here. And whenever you are trying to delete any file and that user doesn't have the permission, because I am performing those options, those commands using S-Verma user. So it's let's see S-Verma does have the permission or not. Maybe sometimes you will get a permission error. So you need to understand whether the particular user has the permission to perform that command or not, right? So that we will be understanding once we are doing the permissions lectures. So we have understand how to remove the commands. So friends, that's all for this session. In the next lecture we would be understanding more about the commands line. So thanks for watching. Hello friends, welcome back. So we were doing command line file management practice. So friends, let's start. We have understand copy file, move file, remove file. Now in this lecture we would be understanding few more command line. So the next command is your create directory. So to create a directory we have the command mkdir. I am in this location temp and I am trying to create a directory. Directory is just like a new folder. Okay friend, and I'm giving a test dir. Whatever name you want you can give it here. Now you can see this has been created now. Now you can see the permission is S-Verma because I have logged in as a S-Verma. So S-Verma is performing these commands. So that's why the permission. So this directory owns the same permission the user which is using to perform these commands. So here you can see test directory has been created and the start of the line is D. D denotes directory. Okay. And if you have to create multiple directories, then in the subdirectories mkdir -p option you have to use, and then like 1 2 3 I am giving like this way 1 2 and 1. So what will happen? I think that would be right now. Now you can see here recursively I have shown you R123 directory has been created. In 123 directory there would be a directory 12, and in 12 directory there is further one directory is called 1. And if you want to go to here you can see one directory is there, change directory 123. You can see another directory 12. If I am going to in 12 you can see a directory 1. Okay, if I am again going into 1 I won't get anything because I haven't created anything here. Okay, if I go to one step back, okay, now you can see I am going one by one step back. Now again I have come into the temp location. Okay, we have learned how to create a directory. Now how to copy a file, copy a directory. So to copy a directory we have the command copy, the same command, but we would be using R option. So my directory is here temp dir I believe. Okay, and let's do one thing. Let's put something in this directory first. So first let me go into this location cd test dir and let me create few files there. Okay, you can see here 3 files are there. Let me come a start back. Now I am again in this location. Now what I am going to do here, I am just copying this file test dir and giving a new name like test new dir. Now you can see a new directory has been created with the name test new. And if I am going inside this, or here also I can use capital R and test, which will show you the content of this directory. Now you can see the directory has been created with test new dir and in that directory we have 3 files, that is 1, 1, 2 and 3, 4. So this way we can understand how to copy a directory. How to move a directory? Simple, move test dir. I want to move with this new name, test new, dir is also there, I am just putting this. So what happened? The file has been moved. And if you want to move to some other location, you can give wherever you want. If you are not specifying anything, so what will happen? It will move the directory to the same location, that is your /10. If you want to move it to some other location, so you have to give the path. Okay. Okay. Now why I'm getting this error? Because the test dir which I am trying to move, in the previous command you can see I have renamed it, I have already moved to this new. That's why I'm getting, because test dir is not existing any on this location, because that has been moved to test new, or you can say that has been renamed to from test dir to test new. So this way we can move the file. And if you want to remove the directory, for that, suppose I have a directory, let's see what all the directories we have. I have a directory, this test new dir. Suppose I am trying to remove with this command, I am getting an error with this test new. Let's see, cannot remove because it's a directory. So for that I have to use -r. Let's see, now you can see that has been moved out of the last location. So friend, that's all for this session, and if you have time you can join with me in the next session. And friends, again I am saying, start doing a lot of practice. You just open my PPT, whatever the commands I am showing you, just repeat those commands in your test box. So thanks for watching. If you have time, please join with me in the next session. Hello friends, welcome to Linux classes. So friends, in this lecture we would be understanding about matching file names using path name expansion. This is an important topic and a very interesting topic. So we need to understand here pattern matching. So you can understand more this topic once I am doing the lab practice. So friends, let's have a theoretical introduction about this, what all about this, and then we'll quickly move to the lab session. So file globbing path name expansion. The batch shell has a path name matching capability historically called globbing, abbreviated from the global command file path expansion through of early Unix. The bash globbing feature, commonly called pattern matching or wildcards, makes managing a large number of files easier. Using meta characters that expand to match file and path names being short commands perform on a focused set of files at once. I can understand that would be a little bit tough to understand, but no worries, I can make it very easy for you. Let's have a theoretical session. Pattern matching globbing is a shell command parsing operation that expand a wildcard pattern into a list of matching path names. Like command name meta characters are replaced by the match list prior to the command executions. So friends, what basically it is trying to say? It is trying to say, like, this Linux, it is providing matching file names using the path name expansion. Say for example, I am sitting in some location, I am in this temp directory, and in the temp directory there are a lot of files are there. But if you list the file, thousands of files are there, and it will showing you thousands of files in front of you, then it would be difficult for you which file you are looking for. So suppose I know there is a file and I just forget the name should be started with A. This is what I remember only, but I forget the exact name of the file name. So you can use the pattern matching, like I want to list all the files that start with A, or I want to list a file which is having a character A or B. So like this way you can use file globbing. I'm moving to the next PPT, which give you what all the things we can do with, like what all the patterns we have: star, question mark, tilt username, tilt plus. So these are the things which we can do as a matches. Okay friends, and I will be doing a lab session, practice session for you so that you can have better understanding how we can use patterns to match your requirement. So friends, that's all for this session. In the next lab session, we'll do a lot of practice on that. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to Linux classes. This is a lab session in which we are going to understand about pattern matching. So let me take a terminal and we'll show you how you can do the pattern matching with different examples. I have just taken the terminal. Okay. So very first thing, let me tell you a command, that is pwd, which tells you you are currently residing on which location. My current working directory is this. I am moving into temp. Again, if I will fire the command pwd, it will let you know that your current working directory has been changed from home as Verma desktop to /temp. I am going to create a directory here. How to create a directory? There is a simple command mkdir and the name of the directory. I have given globe. Now I am going inside that directory. For that I have to use a command cd. Now again, if I will fire the command pwd, it will tell you that your current working directory is temp globe. Okay. Now I am in this location. If I will fire the ls command, it won't show anything because in this directory we do not have any files or directories. Now I am going to create multiple files. So the command is that touch is a command which will be creating the files, empty files. Alpha, Bravo. In a single go, I can create multiple files. So I have to give a space and the name of the file. Touch, the first file would be your Alpha, second Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Abel, Baker, Cast, Dog, Easy. I have created multiple files. If I fire the command ls, now you can see that multiple files are there. I have just created multiple files just for the testing purpose so that you can understand the pattern matching. Now the first pattern matching I would be showing you that suppose let me clear it out. Okay, suppose in this location we have multiple files. Now I want to search only those files which are starting with character A. Then the command would be ls a star. So what will happen? It will list out only those files whose starting character is A. Now you can see that out of multiple files, you got only 2 files which is starting with A. Okay. So this is the first pattern matching. The second one is that I want to search a file which is having A character in the name of the file. It could be starting, it could be in the middle, or it could be at the last as well. Then how we can use this? It's very simple. ls star a star. Now you can see that I have got the list of the file names which is having a character A in the name of the file. It could be at the starting, middle, anywhere. Okay, so this is the second matching. Now suppose I want to search a file with 2 patterns, like the file is starting with character A or character C. How we can do that? It's very simple. ls bracket A and C, closing the bracket, and star. So what will happen? It will search for the file which is starting with character A and C. Now you can see that it has found 2 files which is starting with character A, and also it has given the files which is also started with character C. So with a single command and with the help of pattern matching, we have list out the files which is starting with 2 characters A and C. So this is the benefit of pattern matching. The next thing is that suppose I want to search for any files which is having only 2 characters, the name of the file which is having 2 characters. How we can do that? Before to that, I want to show one more thing. Suppose I have created one more file which is starting with C. I have created one more file, touch Calcutta. Okay, now again if I will fire this command, I can see in the output one more file which is started with C has been added in the output. Okay, now I was telling that suppose I want to search for a file name which is having only 2 characters, ls double question mark. So it will search for the file which is having 2 characters. As of now we do not have any file which is having 2 characters in the name. Either they are having 3 or more than 5 characters, more than 3 characters. So for that, if I am firing this ls and 3 question mark, then it will search for the file which is having 3 characters, dog. The name of the file name is dog, which is having 3 characters only. Now I want to search for the file which is having 5 characters, then I can use 4 question mark. Now you can see in the output you have got all the files names which is having the name is having 4 characters. Okay, clear is the command which will clear out the screen. The next thing is that tilt is a command which can be used to take you into the home directory. Suppose I am in this location and I have logged into the system as a S Verma. You can see here I have just fired the command ID which will tell you that you have just logged in to a system with S Verma user. Now I want to go to my home directory. The home directory of S Verma would be your /home and S Verma. How we can go that? The command is cd S Verma. But I do not want to fire the whole command. Suppose I am on some different location, like I am in temp and I want to go there. Okay. So the one way is that simple cd and the complete path you have to give it. Second way is that suppose I am in this location. Okay, and I want to go to this location. Then how we can go that? You can use the tilt command, cd and tilt, simple, and the name of the user. Okay, so it will take you directly to the home directory of S Verma. You can see that I am in this directory. Okay, so this is one of the easiest way, okay, to go to your home directory. Next thing is that to understand the phrase expression. Suppose in single go you have to create multiple files, okay, and you want to add some extension as well on the file. So let me show you how we can create it. It's very simple. Touch curly bracket sun, month, Tuesday, Wednesday, Ved. Okay, I'm just closing it. .log. So what will happen? It will create the file, multiple files, 5 files would be created, and the name of the file would be sun.log, month.log, Tuesday.log, Ved.log, and Thursday.log. Let me show you. Now you are in this location. I have created here. Okay. Now you can see that the file has been created. Sunlog, monlog. If I will create ls here. At the last you can see that the file has been created. If you want to search for the files which is having log in the name of the file, then you can use simple ls *log. So now you can see that with this command I can list out only the files which is having log character. In this location you can see that there are multiple files are there, but I want to search out only the files which is having a character of log. Okay, so this is the phrase expression. The next is the last thing, echo command. Echo command is basically whatever you are typing it would be printing in your system. Suppose I am here echo and I am just typing here, this is my Linux classes. So I can type this way. So whatever I am typing, it will print out in the screen. You can use some variable as well. Like this is my Linux class, and time is, I can use this date. Okay, make sure use this symbol. Okay, and this symbol is basically, it is just at the corner, the escape button, just below to the escape button you have that symbol. Now you can see that I have simply used the command. If I will fire the date command, okay, I am getting this output. If you want to use that command, okay, in a print, in echo command, then you have to use this. Suppose this one, the time is date, and I want to type like this, uptime is this one. So uptime output will be print out. This is what uptime is a command. So any command output, if you want to put it in a echo command, its output would be showing there. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea how we can use the pattern matching, and I have tried my best to explain pattern matching with different examples. And it's my request to all of you, my students, please start practice for that. Once you will do the practice, you can have more confidence on you. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. In this lecture, we are going to understand a very important topic, that is how to get a help in Red Hat Enterprise Linux. The help could be anything. Suppose I am new to Red Hat Linux and I am not aware what are the different commands which can be used to use the Linux operating system. If you know the command but you do not know how to use the command, in that case you can always use the manuals of the command. So with the help of manuals you can get the detail of each and everything about the command. So in this lecture we are going to understand how we can use the manual command to get the detail of the command. Moreover, suppose you need some support from Red Hat as well. You are working on the Linux operating system and you got stuck somewhere, say for example some performance issue is going on the system, and at some point you are not able to understand, your team is not able to understand what to do next. If you have the correct subscription, if you have taken the subscription from the Red Hat support team, you can always raise a ticket with the Red Hat support team. So we'll understand how we can raise a ticket with Red Hat and what is SOS report, how we can use. So all these things we are going to understand in this lecture. So very first thing is about manuals. On Linux or Unix operating system, man, that is your manual, it is the interface used to view the system reference manuals. Your Linux operating system is come with the manuals. Any command, if you are not well aware like how to use the command, if you have to fire few commands and you are not aware what are the options we have, you can always better to read about the command, what is the command all about, what are the description of the command, what is the synopsis of the command, and how we can use that command with different options. So it's always recommended to use the manual of the command before to fire the command if you are not aware of it. So man is the system's manual viewer. It can use to display manual pages, scroll up, scroll down, search for occurrences or specific tasks and other useful functions. You can use man and the command name, and after that you can scroll up, scroll down, search for anything. You can search for the manuals. The manual is of lengthy manual. Suppose the manual is of 30 pages, and if you want to search a specific thing, you can always search for any occurrence as well. So that much of flexibility you have while using the manual commands. A man page consists of several sections. So whatever the manual you are getting, so what are the sections we have on that? It is having the name, synopsis, configuration, descriptions, options, exit status, return value, errors, environmental, files, versions, confirming to, notes, bugs, examples, authors, and see all. So all these things you will get once you will open the manual of any command. We'll understand in the lab session how we can use the manuals with different options we have, so that you can have a better understanding about manuals. So friend, that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture we'll understand more about the manuals. Thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. Let's continue and understand more about man. A very useful aspect of the Linux command line is that the documentation for almost all the command line tools is easily accessible. Now you can see in the PPT, the below table shows the section number of the manual followed by the type of pages they contain. It means that whenever you use man for any command, you will get some output. That output has been segregated into 9 sections. These are your executable programs, system calls, library calls, special files, file formats, games, miscellaneous, system administration commands, and kernel routines. So whenever you want to know the information, description, detail about any command, you use man and the simple command name. So you will get an output of the command. So these are the sections of the commands which you will get. It is not mandatory, or it is not available for all the commands. I mean to say that if you are searching for any command, manual, if you are using manual for any command, maybe you will get 1 or 3 options. All the 9 options is not available for all the commands. There are few commands on which you will get all the 9 options, but on few commands you will get, maybe you will get 1 or 3 options, 1 or 5 options. That we'll understand while do the lab session. Now you can see searching for man pages by keyword. It means that suppose I am using man-k and any command I have used here. So what will happen, whatever the output you will get, you can see in the output, it will search for the keywords. And the keyword you have mentioned passwd. So whatever the commands that we have on your Linux operating system, in which if they have the keyword passwd, it will show. Here you can see these are the commands. This check passwd access. Here you can see passwd is the keyword which I have searched. So these are the commands output I have got. So what will happen here, if you are not aware that what are the commands we have related with the passwd, you can use this option. You can use man pages by keyword as well. Now I got some output. Here these are the commands. If I want to know detail about this command ch passwd, I can use man and I can give simple the command name. I can get the manual for that. So let me log into my Linux box and let's do some lab session. So very first thing, like if you want to know any commands detail, then you can simply use man passwd. Here you can see that I have got an idea about what is this command all about, this name, synopsis, description, everything I am getting. Now you have to use simple spacebar, it will coming page wise. You can use page up and page down as well. Okay, so this is the best way you can use. Like suppose you want to use man ls, if you are not aware what are the options we have, what is ls command, the list directory contents. If you'll go down, if you'll press enter, so it will be coming line wise. If you'll press spacebar, it will be coming by page wise. So different options you can see here. Okay, now if you want to look up how to look up for the manuals and print short description as well, in that case you can simply use man-f. This way you can give. So these are the options you have. So it means that I told you like the output we are getting in the manuals, they are segregated into 9 sections. Suppose I want to see for printf, so for printf you have only these options like man1 printf. I can get the detail of 1. Okay, if I want to get for this 3, I can get 3 as well. Okay, so this way you can find out. Suppose you want to get suppose open your any output in the browser. Suppose this is my output and I want this output should be open on the browser. So in that case you can simply use, first of all the system should be GUI based. I cannot do this from my this putty session. You have to be logged in to the GUI system. From there you can use it. Man, I can give you the option man-H. Here you can use Firefox and then any command like suppose printf. If you want, you will get it. If you will enter it, what will happen? Firefox will be open and this manual of the printf will be opened there. Okay, So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea how we can use the manuals, and I'm requesting to all my students you start doing practice for that so that you can have better understanding how we can use the manual commands. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture.
Hello friends, welcome to Linux classes. So friends, in the last lecture we have understand how we can use man pages to get an idea about any commands and what all the options we have with that command. We can get to know using manuals of any commands. So it was very simple to use like man and any command, like suppose if you want to get an idea about tar command, you can use man and tar, and after that you can see an output will display in your screen, and that will give you a clear idea about that command, what is that command all about, what all the options we have, and different things also we can see with manuals. Like this way we have another command that is called pinfo. So pinfo, which gives us some structure output compared to man pages. Man pages have a formal format useful as a command references but less useful as a general documentations. For such documentations, the GNU project developed a different online documentation systems known as a GNU Info. Info documents are an important resource on a RedHat enterprise Linux systems because many fundamental components and utilities such as core utils, package and glib standard libraries are either developed by the GNU project or utilize the info document system. So friends, basically we can use pinfo command as well, pinfo tar. Suppose I want to get in detail about tar, so we can use pinfo as well, and that would be little bit more advanced, you can say, if you compare with the man, and the output would be structured and more flexible to understand, and it will provide you some more details. So friends, let me log into my system and will show you. Suppose I want to get an idea about tar, I can use man tar. You can get an output like this way, and here I have opened another terminal. You can use pinfo as well, tar. So you can see the output is coming, and basic difference basically you have some different with the options, like to view here you can use slash here. If you want to search for any expression you can search it. I've already mentioned all those things in the PPT. If you want you can check it here. Okay friends, so we have understand about manuals, pinfo. Earlier we were using info command only, but this pinfo is little bit more advanced than original info command, and they have introduced some more things in pinfo. So whenever you need any information related to any commands, better to use man or pinfo commands. So friends, that's all for this session. In the next lecture we would be understanding about package documentations.
Welcome to Linux classes. In this lecture we are going to understand about the package documentation. In the last few lectures we have understand about two important commands, that was man and pinfo, which can be used to find out the details about the commands. So like this way, suppose you want to get some documentation about any packages which you have recently installed, then you have to refer to this location, that is USR share doc. You can refer to the PPT. So this location, and whatever the package you have installed, a directory would be created with the same name. Suppose I have installed a package like VSFTP, the package for FTP. So what will happen, its documentation, its tutorials would be created into this location, USR share doc, and a package name would be created with the same name as the package like VSFTPD which you have installed. And if you go inside to that directory, you can get a lot of files would be there. That would be licensing file, readme files, tutorials, user manuals. So what is the use of that? So basically, suppose you have installed FTP package, but you are not aware how to configure it. You are not aware how to make it useful for us. In that case, it's better to read the manual for that. Instead of going to the Google and searching for the configuration file, You can refer to various sites, maybe they are explaining not in a proper way. So why don't you use your manuals? The system is also providing you the user manuals. So you can always refer to this location and read the manuals. Let me log into my server and show you how we can go to this location. And what is that location? I am in this location, USR share. I am going a step back, this location. If I am going LS7 LTR, you can see that a lot of directories are there. So these directories is basically your packages that has been installed on your system. Earlier we were discussing about the commands. We are getting the commands outputs. Manuals were commands, but now I want to know we can see the manuals as well for the packages, like your application package, your package like your kernel package, your system package. So you will get the documentation, like pinfo is a package you can see here. Crash. Okay, suppose I want to check for VSFTPD. I'm in this location. If I'm going there, a lot of files are there, like speed, reward, audit, license, tuning, size, readme, security, copying, benchmarks, bugs. So you can always refer for this file. I'm reading this one, readme. Now you can get each and everything about this. What is this all about? If you go to the example, a lot of examples like the virtual host, virtual users. Okay. You can go inside as well. Now you can see it is telling how to create, how to set up your virtual IP address as well. So here you can see the commands as well there, description, as well as you can read the every commands, any manuals are there. You are in this location. So like this way you can refer to any package. This is for VSFTP. Suppose you have installed Samba package, you can always refer the Samba manuals, documentations. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea about the documentation, the package documentations. So it's always recommended to always go with the system documentations. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with the next lecture.
Hello friends, welcome to Linux classes. So friends, in the last lecture we have understand about different commands which can be used to get an idea about the commands and with their options. In this lecture we would be understanding how we can get the support from RedHat. If you have bunch of servers, multiple servers in my organizations, so obviously we need a support from RedHat whenever we some issue is going on, some outage, some SRTs, your server is down and you are not able to understand where is the exact issue. All of a sudden your system went down, and because of that the business is impacted. So obviously we need some sort of support from the RedHat, which can be used, or which can be used whenever it required. So how to get the support from RedHat? So for that you can see there is a link is showing like https://access.redhat.com. We have to simply go to this location, this URL, and from there you have to provide the valid credentials that would be given by your RHN, your RedHat, and you can use those credentials. You can log into the site, and from there you can create a case, you can create a ticket with the RedHat support. So friends, what happened, when you raise the ticket, it will ask for the few things like what would be the priority of the ticket, and also they will ask for the SOS report. So SOS report is basically whenever you have some performance issue is going on your systems and you want to raise a ticket with RedHat, so they need some report from the systems. So as a Linux administrator you have to create the SOS report. So SOS report is well defined scripts, they are already available on the systems. You have to just fire the command, and with that command you can provide we can create the report, and that report you have to attach with the ticket. So friends, while creating this ticket, you have to provide the SOS report, and if that report is not available at that time, you can attach later on. So you have to simply go to this location, use URL, and you have valid credential for that, and after that you can create the ticket, and the ticket should be, it will ask for the priority of the ticket. If it is some business impact is going on, you can raise the severity as a 1 as well, priority of the ticket. Apart from that, there is one command, that is RedHat -support-tool. You can also use that command to create a ticket, but that would be from your command line. From system itself you can create the ticket, but the condition is that there should be internet connection from your system, so that your system can communicate to the RHN systems. Obviously in an organizations you won't get a internet connection, so best way is to log into the URL and then to raise the ticket. And while using this command, it will ask for the credential first. So you have to provide the credentials. After providing the credentials, your system will be subscribed to the RHN side, and once your system is subscribed from the RHN side, you can raise the ticket. And while creating the ticket, it will ask for the, you have the SOS report or not. So you can provide the SOS report, and also you can given the priority of the ticket as well. So this way you can take the support from RedHat. So friends, how to create the SOS report? It's very simple to create the SOS report. You have to simply log into the system SU, and then you have to fire the command SOS. While you are firing this command SOS, it will ask for a few informations, like if you have the ticket also, you can provide the ticket also. And once this command will be fired, what will happen? The report will be generated. That would be in your tar format, and that report you can see in the PPT. That would be in your where tar SOS report and with your name, and that report you can put it in your attached to your ticket that you have raised using the access this RedHat site. So friend, that's all for this session. Hope you have understand how we can raise a ticket with the RedHat site and how we can run the SOS report. So this is an important topic to understand. So friend, just go through the PPT once again, and if you have time, I will attach this PPT with the section, so that whenever you need an help, you can just refer to the PPT. Thanks for watching. If you have time, please join with me in the next session.
Welcome to our Linux classes. Friends, in this course section, we are going to understand a very important topic, that is creating, viewing and editing text file. In this course section, we would be covering redirecting output to a file or program. Also, we'll have a lot of practice session. We'll also understand editing text file from the shell prompt, and we'll do some practice session on how to use the vim command. So all these things we would be understanding in this course section. So let's start. First of all, we need to understand redirecting output to a file. This is an important thing. If you want to develop your career in shell scripting, so that would be the basic, I would say, because a lot of time you have to use the redirections while you are creating the shell scripting. So in this topic, we would be understanding about standard input, standard output and standard error. This is a little bit complicated, but I would try my best to make it easier for you. So friends, let me move to the next page. You can see this PPT, this picture, and here you can see some figure like your keyboard is there, process is there, and some numbers are there, 0, 1, 2, and a monitor is there. So let me try to make you understand with an example here. What is standard in? Suppose I have just logged into my Linux server, and there is a file, and the name of the file is test.txt. If I need to open the file, what I need to do, I have to type the command from the keyboard. So that would be my input. I'm giving some input to my system. So that would be your standard in. How we can open the file? There is a command in Linux or Unix that is called cat and the name of the file. So I would be using cat and the name of the file. That would be my standard in, and that would be represented by number 0. So different channels, file descriptors
we would be understanding here. After that, what would be happening? Obviously, we would be getting some output. If we try to open the file, we would get some useful output or maybe some error. So friends, as soon as you have tried to open the file, at the back end, a process will be initiated. If you are doing anything on your Linux server, at the back end, process initiated, and that process requires some memory and CPU, and all in result you will get some output. So that's why in the picture it is showing that you have just fired the command. That would be your standard in, represented by number 0. With the help of keyboard, we have given some input. At the back end, some process initiated, and because of that process you got some output. That output would be your standard out. Here what would be the output? You have tried to open a file, and whatever the content we have in the file we can see in the monitor. So that would be my standard out, and it represented by channel number 1. Second thing is that what is standard error? Suppose I want to open a file and I have given cat and the name of the file. By mistake I have given the wrong name, like it is test.txt, I have given test1.txt, some type of mistake. So what would happen? You would get some error. Okay, so that would be your standard error. You will say that the file is not there. Whatever the file you are trying to open, it is not present there. So that is my error. I got some error. So this is called standard error, and which represented by number 2. Now I am reading the whole thing, then you can understand more. A process structure is constructed with numbered channels, that is called file descriptors, to manage open files. Processes connect to files to reach data content or devices these files present. Processes are created with default connections for channels 0, 1 and 2, and these are known as standard in, standard output and standard error. Process uses channel 3 and above to connect to other device. We'll understand what are other files later. So this is basically a simple idea about how we can understand the standard input, standard output and standard error. Let me move to the next PPT. Now you can see here whatever we have discussed, it is just summarizing here the numbers like 0, 1 and 2, 3 plus, and what are the channel name. Like for 0 we have standard in, and its description is like standard input, like default connection, how you will give the input, obviously from the keyboard, okay, or from the mouse as well. We can give the input to the system, and that would be only read only. Standard output, whatever the output we are getting, that would be your standard output, and default connection would be your terminal, and that would be a write only. Like this way we have standard error. Standard errors like if you have tried to open the file and the file is not there, some error is there, okay, so that would be your standard error, and it represented by number 2. And 3 plus is your file name, like you are trying to open a file, and which file, that would be represented by 3 plus. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea about what is standard in, standard out and standard error. In the next lecture we'll understand more about these channels, and we'll understand how we can redirecting the output to a file. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. In this lecture we are going to understand about redirecting output to a file or program. It means that suppose if you have some script, and while running the script we are getting some output. In the output it could be some useful output, some errors, it could be some errors as well, and while running the script, whatever the output we are getting, that would be in your screen, that would be on the terminals. Now I want the output should be going to a file. I want whatever the output we are getting while running the script, it should be going to a file, or error, it should be nullified, or it should be going to some different file. For that we would be using different channels that we have understood in the last lecture. Channel 1,
0, 1 and 2, that is for standard in, standard out and standard error. So in this lecture, with the help of these channel numbers, we would be understanding how we can redirecting output to a file. So let's understand with this picture. You can see that we have different scenarios. Like in the first scenario, what we have here, you can see that this is the keyboard, and with the help of keyboard we have given some input. Your input would be your std in, and that would be represented by number 0. And after that, some process has been initiated and we are getting an output on a file. Here this means that now instead of getting in the terminal or in the putty session, I want it should be going to a file. For that you have to use single greater sign and file. What does it mean? That you have some script. After the script you have just mentioned that single greater sign and file. So while running the script, whatever the output we are getting after running the script, that would be going directly to the file. Okay. But here we have one problem, like suppose we have run the script, there could be some positive, some output useful results, and there would be some error as well. So error will not going to the file. If you have used the greater sign, the error would be showing in your screen. That's why it is showing in the screen. Suppose I have a file, and in that file we have some content. I want to retain the content, whatever we have in the content. I do not want to touch the content. Whatever the script output is coming, it should be append to the file. For that you have to use double greater sign and the file name. Suppose this is the file. In the file we have some content, and I have executed a script, and script has executed. We have some outputs. So output would be going into the file, this file, okay, and whatever the output is already having, whatever the content is already having in this file, it will not touch, it will append. So this is what we have, this symbol means, and everything is same here. If we have some error with the script, it will be showing on the screen instead of going to the file. The error will not going to the file if you have used this symbol. Now we have used this symbol 2 greater sign. Okay. So what does it mean? That it means that if we have a script and we have run the script, so the useful output here would be showing into the screen, and error would be going to the file. We know that number 2 is used for standard error. If you remember, in the first lecture we have understand 0, 1 and 2. 2 is meant for standard error. Suppose we have a script and we have run the script, and after that I have used this line 2 greater sign file. So if we have any error with the script, so those errors would be going to this file. Okay. So why we are using such type of symbols? Reason being, suppose we have very big script and the script is running at the back end or with the help of jobs, and we have some outputs, and I do not want to see while the script is running, and the script is running at the background. So we can simply refer to the file and we can read out in the file whatever the error are coming. So for that we are using these symbols. So instead of sitting in the front of your screen and watching how the scripts are running, okay, you can running the script at the background, and errors would be capturing on some different file. So system admin can read the file at any time. Now here you can see that we have used this 2 greater sign and null. What does it mean? That it means that whatever the error is coming, it would be nullified. It will not save anywhere, it will simply nullify. Here you can see that standard out, whatever the output, useful output, you can see on the screen, and if we have any error, that would be nullified. So these are the symbols, okay, we can basically use for the different redirecting outputs. So friend, that's all for this lectures. In the next lectures we'll understand few more redirections with the channel numbers. So thanks for watching. Welcome to Linux classes. Let's continue and understand few more redirecting output to a file. Now you can see in the PPT we have used a different symbol, that is ampersand and greater sign. What does it mean? It means that suppose while executing the script we have some output, and in the output we have some useful output as well as some errors. Now if you use this symbol, what will happen? Whatever the useful output and error, that would be going to a single file. Now if you have used this symbol, so your extended out and extended error would be going to a single file. Now you can see here I have used extended in, and with this extended in we have executed the script, and while script is executing, some process has been initiated and we have some output from the script. If the script is having output, and that output would be going to the file. Suppose we have some error as well while executing the script, so those error will also go into the same file. And one more thing, overwriting existing file and create file if new. So this is what. So what will happen here, if the file, if you have used this option, the file is having some content, it will overwrite. It will nullify the file and it will recreate a new file. But I want that whatever the content we have in the file, it should retain. It will not touch the content. Whatever the output we have, it should append to the file. For that you have to use this symbol. Now you can see that double greater sign file 2 greater %1. With the help of this symbol, what will happen? Whatever the output you have, like your useful output, your error, that would be going to the file. And in the file, if we have some content, that content will not be touched. The content will be remaining the same. So this is the meaning of your different extended channels outputs, like extended in, extended out and extended error. So with the help of these channel numbers, we can redirect the output to a file. And this is, this is the basic of your shell scripting. If you're going to create, if you want to build up your career as a shell scripting part, you should have the basic knowledge of redirecting output. Because many times while we are executing the scripts, we are redirecting the output to a file, or we just nullify the errors, or if you want to redirect the errors to a specific file. So we need to understand the different channels. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea about extended in, extended out. In the next lecture, we will be doing a lab session on that, so that you can understand more on that. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the lab session. Thanks.
Hello friends, welcome to Linux classes. So friends, this is a lab session in which we are going to do some practices on std in, std out and std errors, how we can use these channels in a practical way. So let's move toward a Linux system. This is my Linux system. So let's start doing some practices. So friends, how we can use those things like channels we have understand. So first of all, you need to understand what is redirecting a file. Suppose I have a command uptime. I have just opened one terminal here. Uptime command is this. Okay, and I want to, now you can see here uptime, the command that is called your std in, and I have typed the command from my keyboard of the laptop, so that would be your std in, right? And I got some output, so that would be your std out, and that comes in your terminal that I can see. Okay, so this is called your std in and std out, right friends? So now the next thing is I want to redirect the output. So for that I would be using this. I'm already in temp file. You can see my present working directory is temp. Okay, I would be using this temp, and I'm using this and any file like output. So what happened here, std in, and whatever the output, instead of showing in the front your std out in your screen in your terminal, it went to the file that is called output. You can see the content here, but if the file is not there, it will create a new file. If the file is already there and there is some content on that, what will happen? It will overwrite those content. Again I am firing the same thing. What will happen? You will see a single line, the latest one. Instead of single, if I am using 2 greater sign, what will happen? It will start appending. If I have fired twice time, what will happen? If you will cat this file, you can see it is start appending the output in a file. So this is the basic idea about how we can redirect the output. Okay friends, and suppose I am using some commands, and while using some commands there would be some errors in that. So what will happen? The error won't be moving into the file, let me show you cat, and I have given absurd name like 1 2 3 4 5. There is no such file. So what is this? This is an error. Okay, std error. If I am trying to put it in this file output, will it go? No, it will not go into this file, because you can understand this. You don't see anything went to the file because I have used single getter. That is for std out. Std out is your useful output. Okay. Okay. Suppose I want to rewrite the output, the error, then I have to use, instead of single, I have to use this 2 greater sign. Now if I am cat this file, now I can see the error output has been moved out to the file. To understand this more, let me create a script for that, and let me show you. I am going to create a file script. I think there is already one script. Let me show you. Okay, now you can see here. What is this here? There is one script. A script is basically the set of commands. So you can see the content of this file. Okay, the script is always started with this. This is shebang. Okay, and the denotes like while the system this script will execute, it will use bash, and the few commands are there like cat32. This is an error because 32 this 32 is not an file available on this location. Uptime is a good command. Date is a good command. This is a good command. This is an absurd, and this is an absurd. Let's see how to execute a script. We would be using /* and .sh. I have just simply executed the script. Now you can see few output has come. In the output you can see there are some errors, there are some useful output, and at the last also you can see some absurd output. Now I want to rewrite the output. Now you can see I have again fired the command and append the output to this temp location, that is the file output. So what will happen here? The output, if you cat that file, this file, you will see only useful output. You won't see the errors here. So to see the error, you can use one thing like this. Now what will happen here? The useful output will go to into this file. Okay, and the error will go to into this file. Let me show you. This is your error. Okay, now you can see only errors are showing in this file, and this is showing in this file. The useful output is showing in this file. So friends, hope you have understand how we can use the channels, and the different way to understand this is the different way used to use the channels. Okay friends, so you can try from your end as well. You just whatever the commands I have fired here and I have shown in this lab session, better you do it from yourself once, so that you can start understanding how we can redirect the output, how we can append and if some errors are there. So one thing I want just forget here, instead of this, if you want it should be nully out, you can put it like this. So what will happen? Whatever the error, this is just bin. It is not going to anywhere. So where we use such type of symbols or such types of channels, suppose there is some big scripts are there, and the lengthy scripts are there, and it is running, and it is running at the background, and some useful outputs are coming and some errors are there, and there are some log files are there. So we just need to check the log files, like error files. You can go to that files, the error logs, you can check it out, what are the errors coming while running the big scripts are there. So we can use those channels to get the error files. So friends, that's all for this session. Hope you have understand something, And friends, if you have time, please join with me the next sessions. Thanks for watching. Hello friends, welcome to Linux classes. So in this lecture we would be understanding how we can use Vim for editing a file that is from your shell prompt. So a key design principle of Linux is that the information is stored in the text-based file. Obviously, the text files include both flat files with rows of similar information such as configuration files in etc, and extensible markup language, that is your XML files, which defines data structure through text seen in the application configuration files throughout both etc and USR. The advantage of text file is that they can moved or shared between systems without requiring conversion and can be viewed and edited using any simple text editor. So we would be understanding how we can edit a file using Vim. What is Vim? Vim is a improved version of the VI editor distributed with Linux and Unix systems. Vim is highly configurable and efficient for practice users, including such features as split screen editing, color formatting, and highlighted for editing text. So let me show you how we can use Vim. So let me move towards my lab session. So friends, how we can create a file or how we can edit a file, this is the thing which we would be understanding in this. So for that we have to use vi command, Vim, and any file if you want to give vi. If the file is already there, you can see the content. If file is not there, that would be created new files. So for that we have to use Vim and the name of the file. It could be anything. And if you specify the file in any particular location, then you have to provide the full path like vim/temp and Vim. Otherwise what will happen? It will create the file on the same location where you are currently residing, or where you are currently, or it will create on the same location. So here first of all you have to put I is for insert mode. Once you put the I, you can put anything like this is a test file. Okay, you can use insert mode, anything here. And to delete a line you have to simply press double time D, escape and D. It will delete the line. So you have to first press escape and D. Again you have to come insert mode, you have to press I. Now you have again come to the insert mode. Now suppose there is a big file here and you want to go to the last of the line, then you have to put shift G. Let me show you. So I have written few lines like this is a test file, this is a Linux learning class, I am your instructor and hope you are learning from my classes, and I'm expecting you guys to provide me your reviews and feedback to my courses if you like it. So friends, suppose I am just logged in and I want to go to the last of the line, I would be using shift G. You can see if I press shift G, it is directly taking me to the last line. Suppose I am here in this line and I want to go to the last of this line, then I would be putting shift $. It will take me to the $, and you can use cursor here, go up and there. Okay, and there is one more feature of the visual mode here. So what that visual mode? So visual mode is basically it will copy the content, it will copy the line. Okay, let me show you how we can use. So for visual mode you have to press escape and then V. Visual has been started. Now with the cursor you can put like this from where you want to copy. Suppose I want to copy this line, I can put here. Okay, and then I have to press Y. Okay, so Y is to young, copy the selection, and then I am coming to the last of the line, insert mode, and P, escape P. Make sure you have to put escape P, and to remove anything like P I have, you can see here I can put X. X is for removing any character. Again, if I press, it will start deleting the lines. So I have some copied, yank anything, escape and P. Okay, again if you want to copy, you have to escape visual, and take it to here, whatever you want, and then Y, and then come to the last of the line, enter and escape, because it is in state insert mode. If you start putting anything, it will start typing. So here you have to escape and P. So it will, whatever you have copied, it will be, putting the content here. And how to save the file? Escape, shift, colon, WQ, exclamatory sign, and then come out. So what will happen? You can see a file will be created, long listing test. You can see, you can use here test. So I have shown you few things about VI, and if you want to get more about VI, you can use man, Vim, you can use pinfo, and you can see a lot of options are there. Okay friends, and you can read out the manuals, and you can start learning new things with the Vim. What all we can do with the Vim. Okay, few things I have shown you, and the new things you have to explore from yourself. So guys, that's all for this session. Hope you have enjoyed and learned from this lecture. Thanks for watching. If you have time, please join with me the next session. Hello friends, today I have come with a very important topic, that is user administration. This is one of the important topic in administrating a Linux box. So in this session we are going to cover how to create a users, how to create the groups, how to create a users to specifying a specific group, and understand the parameters of fields of etc password file, shadow file, understanding password aging policy, understanding sudo file, how to delete a group, how to delete a users, password aging policy using chase commands, a lot of troubleshootings, a lot of more things we will discuss in this session. So first of all, let me tell you what is user administration, why it is important and why it is required. Say for example, I have a server that is placed in a London data center, and I am working in an organization where I have to log into this server from, say for example, a Bangalore location. So once I will reach to the office, I will open my laptop, I will be connect to the London data center using my VPN connection, using RSA ID token, and once I will be in a VPN of London data center, there is a tool called putty. In the putty, I am going to specify the server name or the server IP. So why this way we can log in to a Linux server which is placed at a remote location, and while connecting it will ask for the authentication, a username and the password, and the communication is always using a port 22, that is SSH. So to enter into the server we have to specify a username and the password. So we are going to understand how to create the users and what are the permissions we have to specifying the user. A user could be normal user, a user could be a root user, or maybe we are creating a normal user and specifying a certain permissions for run few commands, or maybe it is a normal user but it is having sudo access for few commands. So a lot of things we are going to discuss in this session. So let me log in to one of my Linux server and will show you how to create a user, and once the user will be created, what all the parameters of fields comes in etc password file. Okay guys, let me log into one of my Linux server. This is my Linux server. I am going to create a user. Unix admin. The user is Unix admin. So I have just created a Unix admin user without specifying anything. So system will create a Unix admin using its default entries. Let me show you what all the entries will come once we created the user. So once we create the user, its entry will be coming in etc password file. So what are those entries? I will show you and will tell you, and we'll discuss what are those entries. So these are the entries has come up when a user has created. So there are 7 entries: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is blank, 6 and 7, and it is separated by colon. The first entry is username, that is Unix admin. Okay. Second entry is X. X means password. So basically in Linux in Linux the password is always keep in etc shadow file, and it is in the form of encryption. So etc password file doesn't contain any password. It contains only like the name, user ID, group ID, commands, home directory and shell, and password is always saved in etc shadow file in the form of encryption. So the third column is your user ID. So what happen when a user is created? System specify a user ID which is a unique. You can also specify a user ID. Okay, whatever you want you can also specify. While creating a user you can also specify a user ID. If you are not specifying a group name, so what will happen? System create the group with the same name as a user. So here you can see the Unix admin is a user and its group is also a Unix admin. And the fifth column you can see it's showing nothing. It means this is a column for commands. My user could be it's a Unix admin, it's a DBA admin, it's a application admin. So whatever the user I am going to create, it could be part of any specific team like DBA. So we can specify that as well. And the sixth column is your home directory. So home directory you can see it is always in /home and the name of the user ID. It always with the name as it is username. You can also change if you want. And the last is your shell. Shell is here by default in Linux is bash shell. If you want to specify any other shell you can also do that. So I am going to create any user with specifying parameters. Say for example I want to create a user with user ID. I want 532 should be the user ID of my system. Even I have seen in many organizations a user ID should be common for all the servers. Say for example in my organization there are 500 servers and I want a user, a DBA user whose ID should be unique for all the servers, for all the applications you can say. So in that case we have to specify a unique user ID while creating a user. So here I am specifying a user ID 532 and my group, my primary group I want it should be student. Let's see student group is there or not, we'll check it. And command I can say this is my Oracle DB team user. Okay, and home directory for we have to specify D. I want the home directory should be as the username. Say for example my user is Oracle DB. Okay, next line. And commands also done, home directory is also done, username, group ID, and I can specify the shell. I want the shell should be bin-sh and my user Oracle DB. See, my user has been created. Let me see what all the entries has come up in etc password file. Now you can see Oracle DB is the user ID. Here I have a specified user ID, that's why it is coming 532, and 527 is the user ID of your, is the group ID of your user. So Oracle DB is a part of a group which is whose ID is, group ID is 527, and this is the command I can see, and this is my home directory and the shell. There is one more command, IDDB. Okay, it will show you the detail of the user. So you can see this is my user ID, its GID is 527, that is student, and group is 527. So we have learned how to create a user, and to create a user we can also specify parameters as per the requirement of the organization. Okay guys, so that's all for this session. If you have time, you can join with me in the next session where we are going to discuss more about user administration. Thanks.
Welcome to Linux classes. In the last lecture, we have understood the simple user creation. If we create a user, its entries would be in etc password file. We have understand what are those entries. In this lecture, we are going to understand group administration, how to create a group, and suppose if you need to create a user, that would be the part of any group, like your primary group and secondary group. So what would be the command for that? So all these things we are going to understand and cover in this lecture. So let me log in to one of my Linux box and will show you all those things. So this is my Linux box. So very first command which can be used to create a group is group add. Suppose I want to create a group like parents. So I can simply use the command group add. It is showing that parent is already existing. I have given parent. Second group I want to create like children. Third group. So I have created three groups. First is parent, second is children, and third is your solo. Once you create the group, if you go to this file, at the last you can see that all the group has been created and its entry is showing etc group file, and you can see one ID is there. What does it mean? It means that a group is having a unique ID. That is for parent it is 1038, like this way children is 1039, and for solo it is 1041. So unique ID, or you can say unique group ID, has been given to each group. So this is what the command for group addition. Now next is that suppose you want to create a group user, suppose you want to create a user and that would be the part of that group. How we can do that? Very simple, user add is a command for that, and I want the user, like suppose I am going to create a user Paul, and the Paul would be the part of group parent. So I have to use -G. So G is for the primary group, not for the secondary group. If you want to specify secondary group, then you have to give capital G. Now you have to give user Paul. Now my user has been created, Paul, and if I am giving simple command ID and Paul, so that will show me like this is the Paul group, the Paul user is having a user ID, and that Paul is a part of group, that is your parent group. You can see. Okay, suppose I want to create another group like Jen, and that would be the part of children. Then I can give this, and if I am going into etc password file and will grab for this Jen, you can see that the entry is coming like this way. Okay, and if I want to check for Paul would be like that. Okay, so like this way, suppose I want to create another user like user add, and that would be the part of group solo, and my username is accounts. So like this way you can create a user and specifying the any group. Now I want to give the password for any user, like I have created just Paul, so I want to give the password for the Paul, then I have to use passwd and Paul, and it will ask for the password. I am giving this any password here. Now I have given the password for the user Paul. Now I am going to log in with Paul. So for that, either you can create right click here and duplicate session you can do, else you can do switch user hyphen Paul. So what will happen? I would be logging to the system as a Paul. Now I have logged in as a Paul on the same system. If I am giving ID, you can see the detail about Paul. Now I am in this location. If I will give pwd, then I would be at the home directory of the Paul. Now if I am going to create any file like touch and test file I have created, and I want to see the permission for the test file. Now you can see that the file which has been created by user Paul, and Paul user would be the part of group parent. If you can remember, while I was creating the user Paul, at that time I have mentioned that this Paul user would be the part of group parent. So what will happen here, if Paul user is going to create any file, so by default what will happen, its ownership or group would be Paul and parent. Okay, so this is the one thing. Another thing is that if I am exit here, now I have logged it as a root. If I am given simple, because I have created the group and users from root user, because root user, that the administrative user, has the privilege to create the users. A normal user cannot create the user account. You have to keep in mind, like if I have logged into the system as a Paul, and if I will try to create any users, it won't allow me. So normal user only can change his password, his or her password. Okay. Second thing is that if I am logged in as a root, so I have just exit from the Paul. So initially I was logged in as a root. So I am going to this location. I am giving LS7 LTR. Now you can see that these are the users I have created. You can see that Jan, account, Paul. So while creating Jan, I have mentioned that that would be the part of children group. Accounts would be solo. Paul would be parent. So as soon as we have created the users, its home directory would be created under /home. So accordingly, whatever the group you have given, its ownership of the directory would be same. Like Paul and parent, that's why it is showing this. I'm in this location. Okay. Now next thing is that suppose I want to delete any user. So what is the command for that? It's very simple. Userdel and the name of the user. Suppose I want to delete this Paul. So I have to use this userdel and Paul. So what will happen? The user Paul will be deleted from the system. Now you can see that there is no entry in etc password file. But I have simply used userdel and didn't specify any option. So what will happen? Although its entry would be deleted from etc password file, but its home directory would be there. That is in this location. If I would be searching for Paul, I can see the directory is still there. If I want to delete the home directory as well, then I have to use the option userdel -r. Suppose I want to delete for Zen. Now again, if I will search for this Jan, now you can see that there is no such directory for the Jan, because I have deleted the user Jan, and while deleting the user I have used an option -r. So if you need to delete any user and you want to delete completely, then you have to use -r option. So its entry would be deleted from etc password, etc shadow, as well as from home directory as well. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea about user administration, how to create the groups and how to create the simple users, specifying any group, any primary groups and secondary group. So that's all for this lecture, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. So today we are going to understand a very important topic, that is sudo. So in this section we are going to understand what is sudo, what is the need of sudo, why we are using sudo, and also understand etc sudoers file. We'll see what are the different options we have in that file. So let's start. Suppose I have a Linux server and I want to administrate that server. So first of all, we should have access to the server. To get the access of the servers, we should have the connectivity, proper connectivity. And once you have the proper connectivity to the servers, you can log into the server. You can log into the server via different type of users. The first one is your root user, and second one would be your normal user. So root users is basically having the administrative privileges. It means that if you logged into a system as a root, it means you have full access to the server. You can do anything on the server. If you logged in as a normal user, you have the limited access to the server. So if a server needs to be administered by a number of people, it is normally not a good idea for them all to use the root account. This is because it becomes difficult to determine exactly who did what, when and where, if everyone logs in the same credential. The sudo utility was designed to overcome this difficulty. I hope you understand what is the basic idea of sudo. The sudo utility allows users defined in the etc sudoers configuration file to have temporary access to run commands they would not normally be able to do because of the restriction of the permissions. So let's understand the definition of sudo command. So the sudo command is basically a command that allows one user to execute a command as another user. It is commonly used to allow basic users to execute commands usually reserved to the root users, are typically a user typically used by the administrator, such as kill, mount and add user commands. So very first thing why we are going to use sudo, the first thing is that we are not supposed to give root access to all the users, because if everybody is logging to the system as a root, so it would be difficult for us to find out who did what on the server, because everybody has logged in as a root. Suppose I have logged in as a root, you have logged in as a root, and third person also logged in as a root, and anybody has logged into the system as a root and they have done some bad thing on the system, they have some change the configuration file on the system, so we would not able to find out like who has logged in as a root. Second thing is that suppose I have some normal user and I want that that particular normal user should able to do some administrative things on the system, like I want that user should able to restart the system. I want that this user ABC user should able to restart the Apache services. So in that case we can use the sudoers file and do the changes on the file to give the temporary access to the specific users. So this is the benefit of the sudo. So the vi sudo command is a safe and secure way of editing the etc sudoers file. So whatever permissions, whatever things we have to give it to the user, so this is the file where we have to edit the things, and we cannot directly edit this file. If we need to edit this file, we always use a command, that is vi sudo. So the vi sudo command is a safe and secure way of editing this etc sudoers file on Unix and Linux system, since the sudoers files determines which users can run administrative tasks. Sudo is easy to configure and uses a straightforward syntax. You can use the command vi sudo to edit this file. So this is the basic idea about sudo. Moving to the next PPT, sudoers file definition. So as of now we have understand what is the basic need of sudo. Second thing is that how we can implement it. So this is what we are going to understand. The sudoers file, that is your etc sudoers, by default is the list of who can run what. The file is basically built over two kind of data. If you'll open this file, you can get the entries. In the entries you can find two kind of data. The first one is your alias. The aliases are variables that store multiple entries that fit the same domain. Alias means suppose you have number of servers or you have number of commands. So instead of writing all the commands again and again, what you can do, you can create a single alias for the multiple commands, and wherever you require to give that
commands access to any specific user. Instead of typing all the commands, you can give the alias name. So this is your alias. So alias are variables that store multiple entries that fit the same domain, users, host, and commands. So there are 4 kinds of alias. First one is your user alias for listing users, run as alias for listing users. Given user can run as, host alias for listing the host, command alias for listing the command. So there are 4 types of alias that you would be seeing in your etc sudoers file. And no worries, we'll have a lab session as well, and once you will go through the lab session, you can understand each things. So first of all, you have a basic idea. You should have the theoretical understanding about sudoers file. So this is my user alias. The first one was for user alias. So let's understand what is user alias. So user alias, here you can see that I have given any name. So it could be any name you can give. So this is any name I have given, full timers, and these are the name of the users like Millet, My Cafe, Dowdy. You can give your users names whatever present on your system. So like this way I have created so many user alias. Okay, so like this way you can create, suppose I have 4 users like John, Paul, Alice, and Test, 4 users. So I have created a alias name like admin, and I have given all the 4 users. So like this way they have created a user alias. Now you can see the run as alias specification. Run an alias like OP, you have created a name like OP, and you have given like root and operator like Oracle and sys base. So what will happen here, users who you want, like suppose I have a user OraDB, I want that OraDB user should run as a Oracle user. So you have to use this alias DB. So like this way you can create your run as alias as well. So friend, that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture we'll understand more about VI sudo. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. So friends, we were discussing about the sudo. As of now we have understand a basic idea about sudo. I'm just trying to explain you with an example. Suppose I have logged into a system as a root user, which is not advisable, because if a lot of people's on your organization and they are logged into the Linux servers using root users, then it would be difficult, like who has logged in as a root. So what is the solution for that? Solution is that every users should have their user account on the system. Suppose I have 50 users in my organization. So what I can do, I can create a normal users for the 50 users. They can log into the system as a normal users, and then they can elevate its privilege whatever we have defined in the sudoers file. Suppose I am working as a Linux admin and I need the root privileges to the system. So what is the solution for that? So the solution would be, I would be logged in as a normal user, whatever the normal user I have. Suppose my normal user is S Verma. I would be logged in to the Linux box as a S Verma, and then I will elevate my privileges from S Verma to the root user. So in that case, if I am doing any changes on the system, if I am doing any configuration changes, if I rebooted my system, in that case there would be a proper record, like this was the user who has logged in as a S Verma, and he elevated his privilege from S Verma to the root user, and then he did this on the system. So this way you can easily find out who has done what on your system. Suppose I have logged in directly to the system as a root. In that case, it would be difficult to find out who has logged in as a root. So that's why we are using the sudoers files, which can be used to provide the temporary, or we can say that access to the system temporary. So let's understand more about VI sudo. Like this way we have understand few aliases like your host alias, run as alias. Run, I believe you understand run as alias. Run as alias, like suppose you have logged in as a normal user, and after that you have changed your privileges from normal to some other user. So that is what the run as alias. Second is your host alias. Suppose you have number of the users and you have the number of the host on your system. So you can create the alias for host as well. You can give the IP range as well. So like this way you can understand this. Command alias, like suppose you have different set of commands, and instead of putting each command one by one, what you have done, you have created one alias name, and in that alias you have given 5 or 6 commands, whatever. And whenever you want any specific user should have the access to these commands, so you can give the alias name. So we'll understand when we are giving the permissions to the users. So first of all, we need to understand the aliases. So friend, that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll understand more about VI sudo. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to our Linux classes. So let's understand more about sudo. Sudo : uses. So sudo command itself is quite simple. Its basic syntax is sudo and command name. What does it mean? Suppose there is user S Verma, which is a normal user, and I have given that normal user have access to restart the Apache services. Although we know that normal user doesn't have the access to restart any services, but with the help of sudo files, what I have done, I have given the user S Verma should have the access to restart the Apache service. So whenever the user wants to restart the Apache servers, he has to use sudo and the command name, like sudo and the service name like Apache. So this is the basic syntax. And if the user wants to know, like suppose I have logged into the system as a S Verma, and I just want to know that whether my entry is in sudo's files or not. So in that case, I have simply used sudo -l. So I will come to know that whether I am having any access to the sudo's files or not. So check whether or not you are in the sudo's files, or what are the forbidden allowed commands for you and another user with the -U options. So you can see here sudo -l or sudo -ll for long listing format. VI sudo is the utility, or we can say the tool, which can be used to edit your sudoers files, that is in etc sudoers files. So we are not supposed to directly edit this file. Whenever we need to edit this file, we use the tool that is VI sudo. Simply we have to fire the command VI sudo without, there is no space between VI sudo. VI sudo we have to type and enter. It will open the file VI sudo, and you can simply edit whatever you want and save. The save is same like you are saving a file. When working on the sudoers file, you should use one tool that is VI sudo, and this is the syntax like sudoers and basics. This is the important part you need to understand in order to get basic control of the sudo process in a Linux box. So this is a tool, and what is the syntax for that? So syntax is very simple. When you first open the sudoers files, the only not commented file is this one. So this is the file you will find once you will open the sudoers files, and this file is not commented. So what does this mean? This means that the root user should have the full access to the system. Root means a user which is having all privileges to the system, administrative privileges. So here this is the syntax. Root all is equal to all and all. So what does it mean? Root is basically your users. Host all means this is for host, where the user can fire the command, and the third one is your users and groups, and the last one is your command. Let's use this option to explain the basic of sudoers syntax. Let's try to understand each. So first one is your root. So this is the users to whom the following items applies. So which we have applied this for the which user? Root users. For root users, I have applied this line. What is the meaning of this? That we are going to understand. So which user I have applied this? So this is for the root user. Here it could be root, or maybe like as for my user, whatever users you have on your system. So the first entry, first field, we can say this one is the users to whom the following items are applied. The second one is your all. So this is the place where the sudo command can be launched. So where this sudo command will be launched? This is all.
It means that everywhere. A root user can execute all commands from all places. It means all places. The third one is your all. This is the part that specifies which user you may act as. Your root user may act as what user? I want my root user should have all the access to the system. So it will act as all the users. It will act as an operator, it will act as a root user, it will act as a normal user. So that's why I have mentioned root, because I want root is my full access. So I have mentioned all. Suppose I have a simple user Oracle DB, Aura DB, and I want my Aura DB should act as a Oracle. So here I will be putting Aura DB and here I will be putting Oracle. The last is your all. All means what command you want, you are giving access to your root user. I want my root user should be able to execute all the commands. So this is the last option, this one, which tells about which commands. So I have given all. So this is, if you combine all the parameters, so it would be look like this. This can be literally said, the user root, this is 1, can execute all commands, this is the fourth one, as all users, this is the third one, all users, from all places. All places is your first. So this is your first, second is your places, third is your run as a, and fourth one is your run as which command. So once we'll have the lab session, you can understand more on that. So just keep a basic idea about the sudoers file in your mind. So friends, that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll understand more about sudoers files and we'll have the lab session as well. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. So there are few examples which can make you better understanding about sudoers file. So here the first example is allow the user peer to run all commands from anywhere as root. So this is my normal user, but I want my normal user should act as a root user. So here what I have done, this is my username, all is equal to all and all. So what will happen here, whenever I have logged in to the system as a normal user peer, and that normal user simple fire sudo and su-dash, it will become a root user, and then the user can fire all the commands, or we can simply use sudo command and any command that particular user if you want to run. So this is basically tells that a normal user would become a administrative user, or you can say the root user. Now here you can see this another line I have, but here I have added no password. So what will happen when your normal user will elevate its privilege to the root user? At first option, it will, you have to supply the password of your same user, your peer. So you have logged into the system as a peer, you have to supply some password, and when you logged in, if you want to elevate your privilege to root user, again you have to supply the password. But here I have given no password. It means that you logged in, that time it will ask for the password, but whenever you will elevate your privilege, it will not ask for any password. So it is up to you whether you want to give no password or password, but it is not advisable, because suppose any user has logged in as a normal user, but he forget to log off its session, and third person has logged into the system and they have found that peer user has already logged in, and they can simply use sudo -su and can elevate its privilege. So to elevate the privilege from normal to root user, you have to simplify sudo space su, that is switch user space hyphen. I will show you once I will do the lab session. Now here you can see that allow the user Paul to run yum, mount and if config command from anywhere as root. So what will happen here, the Paul user, which is a normal user, so normal user, this is for all places from the system, they can run all these commands, yum, mount and spin. So what I have done here, simply I have used this syntax which will allow the Paul user is my normal user. Apart from these three commands, the Paul user doesn't have any access to the system. Pol user is normal user, so whatever the normal user's permissions, that would be remain. Apart from that, the pol user would able to use yum, mount and ifconfig command. So like this way you have to use the sudoers file. You may also specify some commands to be run with the password as well. I want password. Suppose the user pol will run yum command, it will not ask for the password. Whenever the user run for mount command, it will not ask for the password, but the user pol will run parted command, you have to supply the password. So like this way you can use the syntax. So 4 alias we have already understand, like user alias, run alias, host alias and command alias. So here you can see that I have created a user alias managers, and in that I have given 3 users, Steve, Bill and James. So this is my any name you can give, and in that name user alias the 3 users are there. Read is a command, like command alias, read command. You have given any variable, read or whatever, and in that 3 commands are there, my top, cat and jail. So Daniel all read. So what will happen? Daniel would have the access to the read. Instead of giving all the commands my top, cat and tail, I have just specified read as a command alias. So Daniel is a normal user which would have access to the command alias read. Means Daniel would have access to these 3 commands. Here instead of Daniel I have given managers. Manager is my all 3 users. Suppose I am giving the access to the read commands to all the users. So I have to write 3 lines. First for the Steve, second for the Bill and third for the James. Steve all read, like Bill all and read, like James all. So what I have done here, I have simply used the user alias managers. So instead of writing all the commands again I have simply used managers. So whatever the users coming under managers, all would have the access to the read as my command alias. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea. So this is the basic idea about sudoers files, and the lab session, that would be our next lecture. That would be the lab session. So once we will do the lab session, you can have the better understanding about the sudoers files. Thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to our Linux classes. So this is a lab session in which we are going to understand vi sudo in a practical way. So let me log in to one of my Linux box, and we'll start doing a lot of practices. So this is my Linux box. So first of all, I'm going to create a normal user. So I have simply created a user name as Unix, and which is a normal user. Let me give a password. So I have just created a user Unix. So if I want to check whether this user Unix which I have just created is having any entries in sudoers files or not. So first of all, let me take a duplicate session, and I am logged in as a Unix, the user which I have created. After that, I have to simplify sudo -l. Now it is asking for the password. I have given the password. Now it is showing that sorry, user Unix may not run sudo on LDAP server. So what does it mean? It means that the user which I have created Unix doesn't have any entry in the sudoers file. I'm coming back to my server. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use vi sudo command, and let's put some entry on the sudoers file. So for that we have the utility vi sudo, which can be used to edit the sudoers file. I'm coming at the last. Now what I'm going to do, I'm giving some privileges to user Unix, like my Unix user should able to start Apache service. So how we can give it? So simply you have to type Unix. Let me put a lot of, and after that all is equal to all, and the name of the service which I want to give has been service and the name of the service. I want my user Unix should able to start HTTP service. I want my user Unix should stop the HTTP service as well. I want my user Unix should restart the HTTP service as well, and should able to check the status of HTTP service as well. So this is what I have put in this file, and the entry is just my user Unix, which is a normal user, should able to start the HTTP service. So let me come out. If there is any issue in the file, a sudoers file, while you will saving the coming out from this file, you will get an error. If I am not getting any error, it means that whatever the entry I have put it in my file, that is correct. Now again I am coming back to my server this, and again I am firing sudo -l. It is asking for the password. Now you can see at the last, earlier when I have fired this sudo -l, I was getting this error, sorry, user Unix may not run sudo on this servers. But I have put some entry on the file, and again I have fired the same command sudo -l. Now you can see that user Unix may run the following commands on this host. So this is what the entry which I have put it here. Now I am trying to run this command. The user should able to check. Let me stop it, the service. Authentication is required. I have to type the password. Authentication complete. Again I am checking the status. Now it is showing stopped, disabled, and active, because I have given the privilege to user Unix to stop and start and check the status of the service, Apache service. Now again I am trying to start it. I have to give the authentication. The service has been started. Suppose I want to do the restart, I can put this. I can see that I am able to run few commands which I have mentioned in the sudoers file. So whatever I have mentioned here, I am able to do the from the servers for this particular user. If you want to give any other commands for the user, you can give it. Instead of, suppose you want to give like so user should able to do the mount command as well. If you want that your user should able to run yum command, you can give it. So friend, that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture we'll understand more about sudo. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. So in the last lecture we have seen that how we can give the access to a normal user using the vi sudo command. So this is what we have done on RHEL7. Suppose if you are working in RHEL6, because a lot of my students, they have raised a question, they are working in RHEL5 or RHEL6 and they are trying to start the services, but they are getting an error like command not found. So in that case, let me tell you, if you are using RHEL7, then what command you have to use it. So let me log into my box, although this is RHEL7, but let me tell you what is a command for that, so that you can note it down. So here suppose my user is Unix and my Unix user which wants to start any services, but this is my RHEL6. I'm telling you the command for RHEL6. So in that case the command would be little bit different here. So that would be etc rc.d. Here you have to type init.d and then you have to give httpd. and then that's all. So this is what you have to give it for RHEL 5 or RHEL 6. If your system is RHEL 6, then you have to type the same command, and after that what will happen, you are able to do the start of services for using Unix. And suppose you want to specify no password, then here you have to type this one. So what will happen, the user Unix, when it will try to restart the service Apache, it will not ask for the password. I was showing you when I was doing this, and that time I have to give the password because I haven't mentioned like no password, but this is not recommended at all. But if you want, you can give it. So for RHEL 7, for RHEL 6, you have to use this line. And let me type here for RHEL 6. Now suppose I have a normal user and I want that my normal user should become a root user. So the one way is that you can directly create a user and give the user as a part of wheel group so that the normal user will act as a root user, but that is not recommended at all. In any organization, if you are working as a Unix admin, which means that you need root privileges, so you are always supposed to log in as a normal user, whatever the user you have, and then you can elevate your privilege from normal to root user. So let me tell you, suppose my user is Unix and I want that my user should become a root user. So here I have to simply type this line. So what will happen, the Unix user, which is a normal user, which can become a root user. Now I have just save and come out. I didn't get any error. It means that whatever entry I have put it, that is correct. Now I am logging to my system as a Unix. So I have already logged in. You can see that I have logged in as a normal user as Unix. Now I want to become a root user. So first of all, I need to log in as a normal user, and then I can simplify this. It will ask for the password. Now you can see that I have become a root user. You can see that this has been changed from Unix to root. If I will give simple ID, you can see that root. So this is the recommended way if you are working for any organization and if you need root privileges to the system. So the only way, the recommended way is that you should log in with your normal user, and then you can elevate using the command sudo space su-l. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea about how we can edit the sudoers files and different entries whatever we have. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with in the next lecture, which is also a lab session. Thanks for watching. Welcome to Linux classes. So let's continue and understand few more aspects of vi sudo. So let me log into one of my Linux box. So in this lecture we are going to understand about alias. So I would be using a command vi sudo, which is using to edit your sudoers file. I am putting shift G. I have come to the last of the line. Now I am using alias. The first alias I am using, that is cmd underscore alias. This is for command alias. I am giving any name, serve, and here I have to type the commands. So I am using sbin service. Another command I am using sbin yum sbin mount. So 3 commands I have mentioned. For 3 commands I have created a alias named as a serve. Now next is your user alias. For user alias I would be using user underscore alias. I am giving any name like ADM, and here you have to specify the users whom you want to give these access. I am giving Unix ADM, and any user like Yadu, and John. So whatever the users you have in your servers to whom you want to give access, you can mention here. So here I have created a alias name as ADM. Now you want to run your command as which user? I want my normal user like Unix, whenever they want to run this service, they want to run this command yum or mount, they will run as which user. So here you can mention as run as alias. So I'm giving a name OP, and I want that my users, normal users, whenever they run this command, they will run as a root, or you can give any username. I'm giving operator, or if you want to run with any user, you can mention. Now your syntax, the last syntax of your command would be, here you have to mention the user. So I'm using ADM. ADM is this one. Okay, let me come out here. ADM, and then places. So for places I am using all. Here run as, I have created a run as alias is your OP, and then command. For command I have mentioned serve. So this is what I have done it. Now I am coming out from this. I didn't get any error. It means there is no errors in my sudoers file. So whatever I have mentioned, whatever I have added in my sudoers files, that is correct. Now let me log into my server as a user like John user, because I have mentioned user John. Let me show you again. G. So John was the user, right? So let me first log in as some other user, and will show you whether I am able to do it or not. Some other user, let me take some other user from the server. I can see Tom is a user. Let me give one password for the Tom. Tom is a user whose entry is not in the sudoers file. I am going to log into the system as a Tom. Now I have logged into the system as a Tom, and will show you that whether it is showing that user Tom may not run sudo, and I am trying to run sudo as bin service and then as httpd status. Tom is not in the sudoers file. I was showing you just to cross check so that you can have better understanding on that. Now I am going to log into the server as a John user. So I am logged in as a John user now. It is asking for the password. Now I have logged into the system as a John. Now you can see that. Now same thing I am going to do again, sudo -l. Now you can see that it is showing that the John user may run the following commands. So let me try sudo this. Now you can see that the John user is able to see the status of the service as well. Right? Again I am trying to start the service. Now again the service has been started. So what I have done the same thing, same entries I have done it, but I have used the aliases. So with the aliases, in the aliases I have mentioned the command aliases, user aliases. In the user aliases I have mentioned few users like Unix, ADM and John. So I have shown that two users. One user was Tom. Tom was not in the sudoers file, and I have tried to start the HTTP service using Tom user. I was not able to do it because Tom user's entry is not in the sudoers files. The same thing I have done with some other user, that is John user, which is already mentioned in the sudoers file, and the John user was able to start the service. So this is the beauty of sudoers file. Hope you have understand what I am trying to convey here. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Friends, in this lecture we are going to understand and cover the topic, that is how to manage a Linux password expiration and aging using the chase command. This is a very important and easy topic to understand. In any organization or data centers where we have number of servers to manage, it could be Linux servers, Solaris, HP Unix, AIX. As a security concern, the users need to change their password at a regular interval. The best practice recommends that users keep changing their password at a regular interval. But typically what happens, the developers, the DBA, the application users, they won't change their password unless they are forced to change their password. So it's the system administrator's responsibility to find a way to force them to change their password, so that they have to change their password at a regular interval of time. So in this lecture we are going to understand what are the different commands which can be used to set the password aging or expiration information of a user. So friends, the command which we are going to understand is the change, which is an acronym for change is. This command is basically used to change the user's password expiry or aging information. Any user can execute this command with the -l option to view their passwords and aging information. No other unauthorized users can view the password aging expiry information. Only root user can execute this command to modify the information, or a normal user only view their own password expiration information with this command. So this is the syntax. You can see we'll understand this syntax while doing the lab session. So first of all, we need to understand what all the things we can do with the change command. So friends, this is a very simple command, change --list and the username. What will happen? It will give you the detail about the users. Here in this PPT we can see the user Dinesh has last changed his password on August 1st 2017, and when his password is going to expire, inactive, account expires, the minimum number of days between the password change, maximum number of days between the password change, and number of days the warning before the password expires. So all the information about that particular user you can see with this command. So we will be learning how we can modify these settings so that a user needs to change their password forcefully. We would be understanding each parameters, like what is password expiration, what is password inactive, account expiration, and what are these minimum and maximum number of days warnings. So let me first move to this PPT. Okay, now this is a good example. You can see here, you can see the last password change. We have just fired the command change -l and the username. After that, you can see the detailed information related to the password expiration and aging is showing for that particular user. Last password change, that is on 1st of August, and then password expire. This is just an example. The password expire will be on August 10th. It means after 10 days the user's password is going to expire. Then what is password inactive? That is of August 20th. And what is account expiration? First we will understand what is password expiration. Password expiration means on 10th of August the user's password is going to expire. And what is password inactive? When user will try to log in, suppose user has not changed his password till 10th of August. And what will happen when user will try to log into the server on 11th of August? When the user will try to log in on 11th of August, what will happen? The system will forcefully ask to change the user's password. Whenever you will try to log in with your password, with user credential, it will forcefully ask you to change your password. Then only you would able to log into the server. Till suppose users has not changed his password till 20th of August, 11th August, 12th August, 13th August, the user was not available, or he or she just neglected it and has not changed his password. What will happen? The day reaches to August 20th. User has not changed his password till August 20th. Till 20th, what will happen? At least user has an option to go inside the server after changing the password. The system is giving you an option like you can just change your password, and after that you can log into the system. Now the user has not changed his password till 20th of August. Now 21st August has come and user has not changed his password. Now what will happen? His password is inactive. User won't able to access to the server. He or she needs to talk to the system administrator to reset his password. Till 20th of August, user has an option to log into the server. He or she has just needs to change his password. The system is asking forcefully to change his password. Now suppose user was on long vacation and he or she was not able to change his password till 15th of September. So what will happen? User's account will expire, and once the account will expire, what will happen? Users needs to provide the proper justification why you are not able to change your password till 15th of September or whatever. This is just an example. So friend, this is basic idea about this. Then what is minimum number of days between the password change? Suppose I have set it for 2 days, minimum number of days. What will happen? The user has changed his password on 1st of August. So after till 2 days, next 2 days, user won't able to change his password. He or she needs to retain that password at least for 2 days. So this is called the minimum number of the days between the password change. Okay, maximum number of days between the password change. This is the same as password expiration. As soon as you will put 10 days, your maximum number of days between the password change will be showing 10 days here. And number of warnings, number of days, the warning before the password expiration. It means suppose it is set as 7. So suppose user has changed his password on 1st August. So after 7th of August, what will happen? Whenever user will try to log into the server, he or she will start getting a warning message like your password is going to expire in next 3 days. So please change your password. So this is the warning message a user will start getting once he or she will try to access the Linux server. So this is all about the password expiration and aging using the chase command. So friend, that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we would be doing a lab session to understand more about this. Thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Friends, this is a lab session in which we are going to understand how we can use the chase command to view the password aging, or how we can modify the password expiration. So let's start. So friends, we have a user Venkata. Okay, you can see I have just fired the command chase-l and the username. Now we are getting some output like last password change, password expiration, password inactive, and account expiration. By default, it is showing never. Now we are going to put some changes on that. First, I am going to change the password expiry. I would be putting 10 for that user. This is just an example. I have just used the command chase-M, which would be modify the password expiration. Now you can see the password expiration has been changed from never to April 16, 2018. So what does it mean? It means user's password is going to expire on April 16. And here you can see the minimum, the number of days, the warning before the password expire is 7. So till 7 day from 6 today, the user won't get any warning message. Once 7th day reaches from today, like 7th April, 8th April, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. After that, what will happen? When the user will try to log into this Linux server, he or she will start get a warning message, that is your password is going to expire. And the next 3 days
he will get this warning message. So that it's just a warning message so that user can change their password before it get expire. Now the next thing is chase hyphen inactive. I'm putting 5 days. Now let's see. After putting 5 days, the password inactive is start showing April 21st. So what does it mean? It means that user Venkata, suppose, is not able to change his password till 16th of April. So what will happen on 17th of April when he will try to log into the Linux server? He will forcibly ask to change their password. Let me show this way. Whenever a user will try to access on 17th of April when his password gets expired, he will get this message: your password has expired, you must change your password now and log in again. So the next 5 days he has an option to change his password and can log into the server. Suppose user was not available or he was in vacation and is not able to change his password. So what will happen? Suppose the day has reached to 21st, and after 21st of April his password will become inactive, and after 21st when Venkata will try to log into the system, he won't able to access, his password gets expired. It means it is inactive. So Venkata at that time he needs to talk to the system administrator or Unix administrator who is managing the user account to get his password reset. So that option is for the password inactive. Now what is account expire? Let me put some date for account expiration. Chase. For that I would be using capital E, and I am putting this 15. Sorry, this is the month and any day. Now you can see the account will expire on May 15th of May. Suppose user is not able to change his password till 15th of May. After 21st of May he won't able to reset his password, but he has an option to talk to the Unix administrator for the password reset. Suppose he was on very long vacation and Venkata was not able to change his password till May 15th. So what will happen? His account will expire. And as per in any organization, if someone's password gets expired, in that case he has to provide the valid justification why he was not able to change his password till his account gets expired. So this way we have learned few commands like chase hyphen capital M and capital I for inactive and capital E is for the account expiration. So in interview we have seen that they can ask you what is difference between password expiration, password inactive, what is account expiration. So we can explain with these examples. Here we can see few more options like minimum number of days. It means suppose user has changed his password on 6th of April and you have put minimum number of days for 2 days or 3 days. So till 3 days the user won't able to change his password. At least for that minimum of days he has to keep that password, and maximum number of days is the same, your account get expire. That would be the next 10 days. And the minimum number of days, the warning message, it would be start getting the warning. You can change with this chase hyphen capital W. If you are putting 3 days, so what will happen after 3 days? The Venkata user will start getting a warning message. You can see this. Okay friends, so friends, that's all for this lecture. Hope you have got an idea how we can use the chase command, and I believe after this lecture lab session you will start learning and will do some practice from your side as well. So I am requesting to my students, just try to fire those commands which you have learned in this lecture from your own, and
do the practice. So thanks for time. If you have time, please join with me in the next lecture.
Welcome to our Linux classes. So friends, in this course section we are going to understand permissions in Linux. I will try my best to explain in a very easy way so that you will have a better understanding about permissions. In this section we will learn about how to set Linux permissions on files and directories. Permissions specify what a particular person may or may not do with respect to a file or directory. As such, permissions are important in creating a secure environment. For instance, you do not want other people to be changing your files. So what does it require? You have to, put a permission so that others cannot, access your files or change your files or delete your files. So you have to be very much cautious while applying the permissions on a files or directory. Or also want your systems to be safe from damage, either accidental or deliberate. So friends, first of all, we need to understand the permissions of a file. There are 3 permissions for a file or directory or any applications. The following list the symbols used to denote each, along with the brief descriptions. So first of all, we need to understand what type of permissions we have, like read permission, write permission and executable permission. So these are the symbols to understand what sort of the permissions we have. So in simple word, R means read permissions. Read means you can only read the file, whatever it is. Write means you can read as well, write in the file as well. Executable means suppose that file is having some set of commands and you want to execute it. So you should have the executable permissions. So there are 3 types of permissions for a file and directory. That would be read, write and executable. I am not discussing the special type of permissions that we will be understanding in the later lectures. Each of the 3 permissions are assigned to 3 defined categories of users. Now we have understand that we have these type of permissions like read, write and executable. But where you are going to apply those permissions, that is important to understand. So we will be assigning those permissions to either to the owner or group and others. Owner means the person who has created the file, who has created the directory. So what would be the permission for them? It could be read, write or executable, whatever. So those permissions read, write and executable can be assigned to a categories like owner, group and others. So owner means who has created the file, who is own the file. Group means the group that owns the file or application. In a group we can have the number of the users. Okay, so what would be the permission for the group? Suppose there is a DBA group and in a DBA group we have 10 persons and that is a part of a DBA. So my file is in my file I have given a group DBA read permission. So those users, 10 users who are the part of that group, DBA group, they will have the read permission to my file. And what would be the others permissions means? First is the owner of the file who has created, second is the group like DBA group, and other means they are not the owner, they are not the group, and any other users, what would be the permissions? Suppose I haven't given any permission. So on that file only the owner and the group will have the permission and others doesn't have any permission. Even they cannot read the file, they cannot write the file, they cannot execute the file. So this is a basic idea about permissions. So how we would be understanding the permissions? So as of now we have understand what are read permissions, write permissions, and who will own these permissions like users, group and others. So friends, in the next lecture we would be understanding about how we can understand the permissions of a file. So thanks for watching, and if you have time please join with me in the next session. Welcome to our Linux classes. So friends, we were discussing about the permissions in Linux. In the last lecture we have got an idea about permissions. So let's continue. So in this example you can see I have just used a command ls-l and there is a file reports. So after this command, what will happen? It will give a complete detail about the file. It is showing 8 attributes that can be seen with the help of a command ls-l. So this command basically used to give the full detail of a file. Now we have to understand how we can read the permission of a file. So reports is a file, and at the start you can see here this first dash is defining the type, whether it's a file, directory, link. So with this dash, if it is not mentioning anything, it means it's a file. If it is a directory, so it will start with D. So here we come to know that it's a file, the first test. And then you can see RW is written there. So R is the read permission and W is the write permission. So after the first dash, we have to see for the next 3 dash. So here you can see the 3 dash is RW and single dash. Okay, let me show you the next 3 dash, this one and this one. This next 3 dash denotes the permission for the owner. Okay, owner means the person who has created the file. So what's the permission for the user, owner of the file? That is read write only. Now let's go to the next 3. So the next 3 is R dash and dash. There are 2 dashes. Okay, so here we need to understand that dash and this is 2 dashes. Okay, don't confuse, a single dash it looks like, but it's a 2 dashes. Okay, so this is the permission for your group. Group means we have a groups, a lot of users could be the part of that group. So what is the permission for that group? That is for your read permission. And what is the others? The last 3 is for the others. So if you count all the dashes, so that would be somewhere around 10 dashes. Okay, let me count it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. So 10 dashes are there. The first one denotes whether it's a file or directory. Next 3 denotes the permission for the user who has created the file, and then next 3 denotes the permission for the group, and the last 3 denotes for others. Others means they are not the owner, they are not the part of the group. So apart from that, any users would have the permission whatever written here. Here it is read only. And now come to here. Now the permission you can see owner, it is showing root here. Okay, you can see here root here, and this is your primary group. So although it is showing root only, it could be DB as well, it could be anything, and whatever the user would be the part of that user would have the read permission only. Okay, and this one denotes links, means this is a file. Okay, and let me tell you, suppose this is a directory, and in that directory we have a lot of files are there, so it will denote the numbers here. I will show you when I will be doing the lab session on that. And now coming to this is the size. What is the size of this file? And the date means on which day the file has been created, and at last this is the file name. So friends, this way you can easily understand about the file permissions with all the attributes. Now access level, the first dash denotes whether it's a file, directory or links. Okay, here in the PPT it was dash, it means it's a file, and if it is D it means it's a directory, and if it's a link it means it's a link. Link means it could be a short link. Short link means the main file would be somewhere else, it is just a link only. And the next 3 permission, that is for the owner who has created the file, and then next 3 is for the permission for the group, and that would be primary. Okay, a user who has created the file, that user could be the part of any group. While you are creating a group, okay, while you are creating a user, okay, so that user could be the part of any primary group and secondary group as well. So what would be the permission from the primary group? That defines in this file. Suppose a user John, Okay, I have created a user John. Okay, and while creating the user John, I have specified that John is a part of, you know, DBA group. Okay, now when John is going to create a file, so what will happen? The file owner would be John, and by default the file should be part of, you know, group would be your DBA. So here it will show the primary group is DBA. So whosoever would be the part of the group DBA will have the permission in the next 3 dashes, and last for the others. So it means they are not the part of the owner and they are not the part of the group. So apart from that, any users would have the permissions written at the last 3 dashes. So friend, that's all for this session. Hope you have got some idea about how we can read the permission of a file. Thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next sessions. Welcome to our Linux classes. So friends, this is a lab session. So let me log into my Linux server and we will show you how we can understand the permission of a file and directory. This is my Linux server. So let me first log into a user technical. John. John is a user. I have just logged in. Let's see what are the groups of the John. Now John is a user whose primary group is IT department, IT dev, and also having, you know, a lot of other groups as well, technical. Okay, so if John is going to create a file, touch is a command which will create an empty file. I'm just creating a test file. So let's see what would be the permission of the test. Now you can see what happened when John user, who is a part of, you know, group IT dev. So when John created a file, so by default you can see some permissions and some owners as well. So here the first dash denotes this is a test file. Okay, and the next 3 denotes the permission of a file test for user who has created the file, for user who is the owner of the file. So John is the owner of the file, test file. So what would be the permission for John user? So John user is having read and write permission. It means John can read the file, John can write the file, overwrite the file as well. He can view the file, he can edit the content of the file as well. Okay, but he cannot execute the file. Execute means if that file is having, you know, a lot of, you know, commands are there and I want to execute it. So that is not possible. For that I have to change the permission from RW to RW execute or simple executable permission. Let's see what's the permission for this 3 dashes. 3 dashes means the group IT department. So maybe for this IT department group there would be a lot of users that would be the part of that group. So whosoever user would be the part of that group would have only the read permission. They can only read the file. And next 3 is for the others. Others mean they are not a part, they are not the owner, or they are not a part of the group IT department. They would be the part of DBA group, they would be the part of any technical group, and they would be the part of any groups. So they would have the simple read permission. So this way we can simply understand what is the, how to, you know, read the permission of a file. Now 1 means the number of the file. The test is single file, it is showing 1. Suppose, you know, there is a directory and in that directory we have a lot of files are there, then it will show the number of the files inside the directory. And John is the owner and department, and the size is empty, it's an empty file, that's why it is showing 0. And when it is created, this time the file has been created, and this is the name of the file. Okay, the same way, suppose, you know, I have another group. Okay, and that group is a part of technical. So let me first log into this ID. Okay, now I have logged in with the user S Verma. S Verma is a part of, you know, group, technical group, and now S Verma is in its home directory and is going to try to create a file, test 1 2 3. So let's see the permission. So the permission would be your S Verma and the group would be technical. Here you can understand this.
So S Verma is a user who is the owner of the file, and he is a part of technical. So by default the group would be your primary group. Okay friends, so that's all for this session. So as of now, in a theoretical session we have understand till here, so I have shown you practically as well. So friend, that's all. In the next lecture we would be understanding a lot of new things. Thanks for watching. Welcome to our Linux classes. So friends, let's continue. Access mode. So we need to understand some absolute mode and symbolic mode. So how would you understand the access modes permissions? So there are few numbers, numeric numbers we need to understand. That is 4, 2, 1. So 4 means your R. You can see here this 4 is for R, 2 is for W, and 1 is for X. That is your executable permissions. So if it is 4 number, so what does it means? Read permission. If it is 2 number, it means it is a write permission, and if it is only 1 number, then it's a executable permission. So we have to learn these numbers. Okay, so now let's understand. One can easily view the permission for a file by invoking a long format listing using the ls-l command that we have already understand in the last lecture. Now here one more thing I just want to tell you. Now this is the file test, okay, and I can see the John user who has created this file, and this file is having permissions has been changed. Now the John user is having read, write and executable permission, because John is the owner who has created the file, and also John is a part of group, student group, and maybe the lot of user could be the part of student group. So the group, the users who is the part of student group, they also have the full permission, read, write and execute permission. Here you can see. Okay, and the next 3 is the others. Others is having only read and executable permission. They do not have the write permission. They cannot edit the file. And 1 means the number 1. The file test is a single file, that's why it is showing 1. Owner John, student is group, and like this way. This is a 0 means test file, there is nothing in the file. Time means when the file has been created, and the name of the file. Next, move to the next file. Now friends, this is an important thing need to understand with the numeric value. So simple files common settings. Now I told you this R is for the 4 number, W is for your 2 number, and X is the 1 number. Okay, so if it is this number 777, so with this permission a file is having this permission, like no restriction, it's a full permission, anybody may do anything, generally not a desirable settings. So what does this mean? It means the file is having full permissions for the owner, for groups and for others as well. So if we'll add first 3, that would be 4 for R, W is for 2 and X is 1. So if we'll add the 3 numbers, what the count will come? It will come 7. So first 7 denotes the owner. So like this way, the next 3 RWX is for the group. So group is here, the person, the lot of users would be the part of the group. So what's the permission they have? You can see here 777 RWX, that is your 7 only. And the next is your others. Okay, so others also showing the same. So here 3 numbers, first is your 7 for the owner, second is your group, and the third one is your others. So like this way, with the numeric value also you can understand, and we need this numeric value when you are going to change the permission of a file. That's why I am trying to understand, make you understanding about that. Let's see the next one, that is your 755. You can count with the numeric simple mathematics. RWX 4 plus 2 plus 1, that would be 7. Okay, and the next 3, that is group for 4 plus 1, X is 1, that would be 5. Okay, and the others, that is your read and executable, again a 5. So the file's owners may be read, write and executable the file. All others may have read and executable the file. This setting is common for programs that are used by all users. Now let's see the next. Now it is showing RWX, that is for the owners, and groups and others, you can see there is no permission at all. So that's why it is showing 00. Okay, the file's owner may have read, write and executable permissions and nobody else have any rights to this file. So sometimes we have to set the files in this way as well. So that would be totally as per our requirement, how we want to secure our files and directories. Now next, see the third one, fourth one is 666. 6 means 4 plus 2, that would be your 6, read and write. So like this way you can understand the permissions value. So friend, that's all for this session. Now in the next lecture we would be understanding how we can change the file permission. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next session. Welcome to our Linux classes. So friends, as of now we have got an idea about basic permissions in Linux. So how to understand what are the permissions we have on a file, what are the different symbols like R, W, X that we have already understand in the last few lectures. In this lecture we would be understanding what is the command to change the permissions of a file or directory. So the command we have is chmod. So whenever we need to change the permission of a file, so we will be using this command chmod. And we have seen that many times Linux admin or system admin is to use this command to perform the changes of a file or directory. So the chmod command is used to change the permissions of a file or directory. To use it, you specify the desired permission settings, whatever you want, and the files or that you wish to modify. Simple chmod, and whatever you want you can specify and the file name. I will show you while I was doing the lab session. Now second thing is that in any file we know that there are some certain permissions are there, and apart from that the file should be owned by the user who has created the user as well as group. We know that a file is owned by someone who has created the file, and apart from that the file should be the part of any group as well. So sometimes we have to change the ownership as well, and system admin, whenever working, there are so many tickets or tasks basically for changing the permissions or changing the ownership as well. So to change the ownership we have the command is chown, CHOWN, and it's very simple. You can change the ownership of a file by using the chown command. In the example you can see that a person who has logged in a box and he has used the command chown, and U is the ownership and the file name. So this way you can change the ownership of a file. And if you want to change the group as well, so you have to use chown user, whatever the user it is, and then colon and the group name. What happened when a system admin is created some file system for the DBA user, for the DBA or Oracle application. So if a system user is always a root user which is having all the permissions on the server, and whenever a root user is performing anything on the server, obviously the files or file systems that would be created by the root user, it should be the owner should be the root, or the group also should be the root. But we are doing it for the application, or we are doing it for the DBA. So at the last the requirement should be, requirement is the file system should be owned by the DBA. So we have to perform this command after creating the file system, or after creating the files, we change the ownership of a file and making it for the Oracle or application, whatever it is required. I'm just telling the scenario where we need to change the ownership of a file or directory. So that's all for this session. Hope you have got an idea about how we can change the permission, or how we can change the ownership of a file or directory. So thanks for watching. If you have time, please join with me in the next session. Welcome to our Linux classes. So friends, this is a lab session in which we are going to understand about the permissions in Linux. So let's start. I have a user Linux, and that user is a part of a group technical. Okay, So let me first logged in with the user Linux to my system. So for that we have to use su command, switch user to Linux. Now I have logged into my system, RHEL system, with user Linux. Okay, now I am on the home directory of this Linux. Okay, and let me go to the temp directory. Okay, and let me create a user, a Linux test. And to see the permission, we would be using ls-ltr and the file name. So here you can understand that I have a user Linux who has logged into a Linux server and created a file. So Linux is a user which is a part of group technical. So that user, if going to create a file, so by default the owner would be the Linux and the group would be technical, because Linux is a part of a group technical. So we need to understand here, whenever a user is creating a file, so by default the owner should be the person who has, the user who has created the file, and its primary group. The primary group is technical, so that's why it is showing a Linux and technical. So technical is the primary group of the user, Linux user. And the permissions, we have already understand this in the last lecture. This is dash is for the file, whether it is a file or directory. Now it is showing dash, it means it's a file. And first three permission is for the user. So user is a Linux who has created this file, which is having read and write permission. And next three is for the group. My group is technical, so that user Linux is also a part of its primary group, that is technical. So technical group is having only read permissions. So maybe the lot of users that would be the part of technical group, so they would have only read permission to this file. They can only view this file, they cannot edit this file. And apart from that, the last three is for the others. Others means they are not the owner, they are not the part of technical group, and apart from these, anyone like any other group member, they would have only the read permission on that. And if you want to change the permission, you can use chmod. Now friends, you need to understand here, number 4 is for the read, and W is 2, and X is for the 1. And dash means there is no permission, it means 0. So I want here my file, this Linux text, the others should not able to read as well. It means it should be 3 dashes here. Okay, so what command should I use to change the permission of a file? The command is chmod. Now I want others should be 0. They are not able to access my file. Then what numeric number we have to use? 0. So first is my user who is the created the file. So what would be the permission? I do not want to change the permission, so I would be putting R and W. R is 4 plus 2, that is your 6. Read is for groups, technical group, 4. So I would be putting 4 because I am not going to change this. Others I want to change. I want it should be null, 0. And my file name. Let's see permission has been changed or not. Now you can see the permission has been changed. Earlier it was read here. Now you can see null permission. It means now this file cannot be seen by others. Only owner, that is your Linux, or the members of the group technical, they can view the file. So this way you can change the permission as well. Suppose I want my technical group should have at least read and write permission. So what you will need, what number you have to use for read and write? Read and write means 4 plus 2, that would be 6. I want others should be null. Now let's see the permission. What permission is now? Now you can see my others can read and write the file. Okay, so like this way you can do it. Now I want others can only execute the file. Others can only execute the file. Execute means X. X is for one number. So what we need to do here, we have to change the number 1. So they can execute. Execute means, say for this file is having some X scripts are there, some executable things are there, a lot of commands are there, and they can execute it. To execute it, we have the command sh like this way. Okay. Now if I am firing this command, owner is Linux, because I have logged in as a Linux, and if you fire this command, I will get permission denied error, because here for owner also doesn't have the executable permission. So for that I need to give full permission, read, write and executable for owner as well. Now I am able to execute this file as well. So friend, this is the basic idea about chmod. Let's understand how to change the ownership of a file. So now you can see currently the ownership is a Linux and technical. Suppose I want to change this. So for that I have to use chown command. Linux is a user, but Linux user cannot able to put the ownership of some other groups, some other users. Like I have another group like technical group. Okay, let's see how many groups I have. Now you can see there are a lot of groups are there. IT department is there. Okay, now let me first log in as a root. Okay, and let's see what is the permission for that. Linux test. Now I want the ownership should be IT department for this file. Then what I need to do, I have to use Linux colon IT department and this file. Now you can see the group for this file has been changed from technical to IT department, IT dep. So now this file can be viewed by or RW by IT department groups. So we have to very much cautious while changing the group as well. Okay, so this command we can use to change the, suppose there is a user John as well. Let's see, we have the John user. Okay, now I want this file should be owner should be John and the group should be IT dep. So what I need to do, chown and zone I am putting here, and IT dep, which is already there, but I am just putting it again, and this file. Now here you can see that I have changed the complete ownership of this file. Earlier it was a Linux and technical. Now it has been changed to zone and IT dep. So sometimes when root user like system admin is doing changes on the creating a file system of files for Oracle DBA or for an application DBA. So while after creating the file systems or after creating the directories or files, after that we have to give the ownership to Oracle or application DBA. So we have to use this command chown to provide the specific ownership to a file or group. So we have understand two commands. One is chmod to change the permission, and second one is your chown. Chown is basically to change the ownership of a file. So friend, that's all for this session. Hope you have got an idea about permissions and how we can modify those permissions and ownerships. And friends, I am requesting you, please start doing the practice from your side as well. And if you have any confusion, you can write me and directly to me as well, or you can better to put your questions in a forum of this course modules. Thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next session. Hello friends, welcome to Linux classes. So friends, in this lecture we would be understanding what are the technical interview questions on topic permissions in Linux. We have seen that there are so many questions are based on permissions in Linux, and this is an important topic, and I have seen there are a lot of questions arises on this topic if you will go for an interview of Linux. So friends, the first question, an important question, is what is the difference between setuid and setgid? And I know that if you'll go for an interview, and this question will always asked by an interviewer, and you will start confusing and defining setuid. So let me first tell you what is a permission, what is a definition, simple definition of setuid. So what is setuid? If setuid bit is set on a file and a user execute it, the process will have the same rights as the owner of the file being executed. So what this line is telling, let me try to explain with an example. Suppose a normal user is executing a file, is executing a script, you can say. So what will happen? A user is executing a script, a normal user, a process will initiate. Okay, a script could be anything, and what will happen? A process will execute it. So what would be the permission on the process? Obviously a normal user is executing that process, so the process will have the rights of the user who has executed it, right? If I want the process should be executed by the owner of the file, then we have to set the setuid on that file. So if you will see the command passwd, that is in /usr bin passwd, this is a binary, and on that file we have the setuid. So what will happen? A normal user is trying to change his password. When a user is trying to change his password, what happen? Its entry is updated in etc shadow file, and if you will see the permission of etc shadow file, there is no permission on the file. It means nobody can change the file. And a user is changing his file when a user is changing his password, what happen? Its entry is updated in shadow file. So there is a contradiction here. How come a normal user able to change his password? How can a normal user change the entry in etc shadow file, although the permission of etc shadow is null? There is no permission. So the answer is, when a normal user executed a script, and the script is the binary, that is the pass binary. We know that how a user can change his password with a simple command passwd. The passwd is a binary, or you can say it's a executable, and on that executable there is a setuid set on that passwd. Okay, so what happened? A user is trying to execute a password file, a password binary. In that binary we have the setuid. So user executed that binary passwd. So what will happen? A process will generated, and that process will have the same rights as the owner of the file being executed. It means the passwd is having the full permission, read, write, executable permission with setuid. So normal user, when it executed the passwd file, will have the same rights on which the passwd file is having. I will explain this when I will be doing the lab session, so that you can get an idea about setuid. So for example, the passwd command have the setuid bit enabled, and when a normal user changes his password, the script update few lines in etc password and etc shadow file, which cannot be updated by a non-user account, so that the passwd command process always run with root user rights. So friends, many times I have asked this question to my candidates, the person who is coming for an interview. The question is that we have seen that a normal user can change his password, and when a normal user changes his password, what happens? the password file, etc password file or etc shadow file gets changed. Okay, but if you see the permission on those files is no permission at all, it means nobody can change. So how come this possible? So the answer would be set UID is set on the pass WD. So friends, that's all for this session. Hope you have got an idea about set UID. In the next lecture we will have a lab session and also we'll understand what is set UID. So thanks for watching. Hello friends, welcome to our Linux classes. So friends, we were discussing about technical interview questions on the basis of permissions on Linux. In the last lecture we have understand about set UID. So what are the implementation of set UID on file under Linux system? So there are two methods which can be used to assign a set UID on a file. And sometimes they can ask you this question as well. So the answer would be chmod u plus s used for the user. And if it is g plus s, it means you are providing a set UID. So here we will understand the method for implementing set UID on a file. So the command is chmod u plus s techadmin.txt. And sometimes the interview can ask you a question like, how would you know that particular file is having set UID? So if you'll see the permission, in the permission tab, if you'll see s, small s or capital S, it means the file is having a set UID. So this way also they can ask you a question. And the second method is chmod with the number as well. So which number is for the set UID? That is for 4 number or 4 number and the permission of a file. So here 4 and 655 and it is showing capital S and small s. So we need to understand what is set UID and what is small s and capital S. Both are same thing, set UID, but if it is small s, it means the file is having at the user end is having read, write and executable permission if it is small s, and if it is capital S, it means the file is having read, write only permission at the user end. Here you can see 4 and 6. 6 means 4 plus 2. 4 is for read and W is for write, and that is for 2. 4 plus 2, that is 6. And if it is 7, 4, 7, 5, 5, then it would be small s. It means if it is small s, it means the set UID which is set at the user of the file, that is who is the owner of the file, would have read, write and executable permission. So friends, what happen when a user will execute a file which is having set UID? So what happen? A user is executing a file, it means a process will generate, right? All we know that if anything is executing on a system, in results a process is executed and the process is having the permission who has executed the file. But if it is a set UID, so the process will have the same permission the user of the file is having. Here techadmin which is having the set UID, and if it is small s, it means read, write and executable permission for the process. Okay friends, so that's all for this set UID. Hope you have understand and got an idea about set UID. Moving to the next, that is your set UID. It is same as set UID. The process will have the same group rights of the file being executed. So here we need to understand that here you can understand that now the set UID is set at the group end. S is at the group. So first 3 is for the owner of the file, second is for the group, and third one is for the others. So set UID, you can see, although it is same, the process will have the same group right. So whatever the process will generate will have the permission whatever it is showing at the group end, read, write and executable. So you can read out that this process will have the same group rights of the file being executed if set UID bit is set on a directory, and all subdirectories and files created inside will get the same group ownership as the directory. It doesn't matter who is creating. So friends, we need to understand here, if we put set UID on a directory, so whatever the file is created inside that directory will have the same set UID. Okay, same group ownerships as the main directory. So the command which can be used to implement is chmod g+s, and if you want to see ls-ld and test, you can see it is the set uid, set guid is set at the group end. So friends, how we can understand this with the s, and that would be at the group end. So now switch to the other and create a file in test file. Now it is showing that I told that if it is applied on the directory, so the same permission will be applicable to the subdirectory. So it is just showing that. So they have just logged in with the tech admin user and going to the test directory which is having the set gid, and they are creating a file touch, and with this command they can just fire ls-l and some permission has come out. So in our example, the tech admin is created with root group ownership, right? If you'll see the permission of this file, you can see here the test is a directory which is having a permission of root and root. Okay, so group is having root, right? So here the simple user tech admin who has created a file inside that directory, and you can see the group is having root. So this is basically about the set guid. Okay, so whatever the permissions, subdirectories, all subdirectories and files created inside will get the same group ownership. So group means in that directory we can see the group is root. So whatever the file we will create inside that will have the same group root. So this is also we need to understand. So in our example, the tech admin.net txt file is created with root group ownership. So friend, that's all about this. Hope you have got an idea about set uid and set guid. In the next lecture, we'll understand about both the things in a lab scenario. So thanks for watching. Hello friends, welcome to Linux classes. So friends, we were discussing about set uid and set guid. So friends, let's understand this with a lab session. Let me log into my Linux server. So this is my Linux server. So let me show you which file is having the set uid. So the file is usr bin and passwd. So this file is having the set uid. How would I know that? You can see in the permission at the user and it is showing rwn small s. So it means the user and is having rwx and with set uid. And this is the file which a user used to change his password. How a user can change his password? Simple passwd command, and user can change his password. Any user can change his password. So friends, we need to understand here, whenever a user, say for example I am a John user, and let's show you the permission of the shadow file. You can see the sub permission of the shadow file. It is showing no permission for anybody, no permission for users, no permission for the groups, no permission for others. And we know that when a user is changing his password with the command passwd and changing his password, user is changing his John user is changing his password. So password fails the dictionary check. Let me take some other password, some complicated password I have taken here. Now user is able to change the password, right? Now you can see the timestamp of etc shadow file has been changed. It was 1333, now it has been changed to 1342. So what does it mean? A user is able to change his password, and after changing the password some changes has been happened to the file etc shadow file, right? But if you'll see, the file doesn't have any permission. So how come a user able to change the permission, and how come user able to change this file? So the answer is, when a user is fired this command passwd, basically that file, the binary is having set uid. So user is executed this file binary, a process is generated, and although we can see this password is having the set uid, so whatever the permission we have here, read, write and executable, a process will be generated, and that process will have the permission of read, write and executable, and that's why a process would able to change the entry in etc shadow file. Suppose a normal user is doing something, so any process is generated by a normal user, so whatever the permission on the normal user will inherit to that process. But here the normal user has executed this file, so this file is generated some process, and that process will have the permission of read, write and executable, and that's why the process would able to change etc shadow file. So friends, this is a basic idea about the set UID and set GUID. I hope you guys can understand with this lecture a basic difference. If anybody will ask you in an interview what is the basic difference between set UID and what is set UID, what is set GUID, so I believe you would able to answer that. So thanks for watching. In the next lecture we will be understanding about sticky bit. Hello friends, welcome to our Linux classes. So friends, let's understand what is sticky bit permission, and this is an important to understand, and many times I have seen that they have asked this question as well. So what is sticky bit? The sticky bit is mainly used on folders in order to avoid deletions of a folder and its content by other users, though they have the right permission on the folder contents. And if sticky bit is enabled on a folder, the folder contents are deleted by only owner who has created the file or root user. So let me try to explain with an example. So I am moving to my lab session. So let me show you on which we have the sticky bit. So on temp file we have the sticky bit. So how to check the permission of temp file? We know that it's a directory, so we have to use D and temp. Now you can see at the end T means sticky bit. So sticky bit is applied on this temp directory. So what does this mean? It means that let me explain with an example here. So it means that the directory which is having full permission, you can see in the temp we have the full permission. Let me try to explain with another way. Suppose in temp directory we have the full permission and we do not have the sticky bit on that. So there is a temp directory, and in that directory we have the full permission. So what does it mean? It means any directory which is having full permission, any user can create his file or directories, and other users, say for example there are 5 users, and they can go to that directory and they can create their own file. But we know that on the directory at the top level the permission is full, so any user can able to delete the others user's file. Say for example there is a user John who has created few files. There is another user Charlie is a user, and Charlie has created some file in the temp directory. And if there is no set UID, if there is no sticky bit, the John user can able to delete Charlie files, and Charlie can able to delete John file. But if we'll put sticky bit on the directory, what will happen? Only user can delete his file. Now if we put the sticky bit, what will happen? John create his files, Charlie can create his files because they have the full permission on that, and John can able to see Charlie's file if the permission is there, and Charlie can read John's file, but they cannot delete others file. So this is the benefit of sticky bit. So how to set the sticky bit? So very simple. The one is option. You can use option 1 to apply the sticky bit, and they can ask you how you will identify the file is having directory is having a sticky bit with T option, and it is small t and capital T. They can ask you what is the difference between small t and capital T. If it is small t, it means the permission is read, write and executable, and if it is capital T, it means the permission is read and write only, not the executable. Okay, and the way to do this, we know that there is a command chmod 1. Okay, so how to make it sticky bit? So command is chmod and 1 you can put it. Okay, and the formation, or symbolic way also we can do it, that is chmod u+1. So these are the ways which can be used to create the sticky bit on a directory. So friends, how we can set the sticky bit? So it's very simple. Let me show you. I'm just in temp directory. I'm going to create a directory. Inside that I'm just giving anything. You can give any directory. I have given sticky. The spelling is not correct. It is STICKY, so don't confuse with the spelling. And now I am putting the full permission on that 777 and sticky bit. So if I will show the permission, it is showing sticky bit only, but it is showing the full permission, but there is no sticky bit on that. So how to set the sticky bit? chmod 177 and sticky bit. Now again, if you will see the permission, it would be T here. Now instead of this, if you will put 6 here, so let me see what is the permission there. Okay, sorry, it should be at the last 6. Now you can see capital T is showing there. So it means having the permission of read write only. Okay, and the full permission, if you want, then it would be 7 here, and you can put 7 here as well. So what will happen? Small t will be showing. And now if you'll go to this directory, and John is creating any files here. Okay, and if there is another user, say for login with my S Verma, and I'm going into this directory. Okay, I'm creating my file. Now you can see both the users have created their own file. Let me try to remove test file. It is not allowing me to delete the file. In the same way, if John will try to delete SVerma files, then so this is the benefit of setuid. If there is no setuid at the back end, this file and this directory, let me remove the setuid. Now there is no setuid on this file. So what will happen? John, okay, I am here only. I have just removed the setuid. So I have to recreate the, you have to log in as a SVerma here, and I am just going into that directory. Okay, I am here only, and I am creating my file. Okay, and let me try to remove test. Now you can see here, SVerma user can able to remove the file of John, because the directory sticky bit is having full permission. Like this way, John can able to delete his SVerma's file. So to avoid such things, we will put the sticky bit. If we'll put the sticky bit, what will happen? Only the owner of the user or root user can able to delete his file. So friend, that's all for this lab session. Hope you have got an idea about sticky bit, setuid and setguid. And these are the tricky questions we have seen, which would be on base of these special permissions. And hope you got an idea. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to our Linux classes. Today we are going to discuss a very important topic, that is process management. So in this lecture, we are going to understand what is a process, what are different stats of a process, like your running process, sleeping process, zombie process, uninterruptible sleeping process. There are different stats of process. We'll also understand what are the various commands which can be used to find out what are the running process in your system. So let's start. So what is a process? In simple words or simple definition of a process is, it is a set of instructions loaded in a memory. That is called a process. When you execute a program on your Linux or Unix based system, the system creates a special environment for that program. This environment contains everything needed for the system to run the program. Say for example,
Suppose you have type a command ls, you will get some output. So what happened here, it creates and start a new process. You just type ls and enter. At the backend, what will happen, a process will be initiated. Who initiated this process? Your kernel who is working at the backend, they have initiated a process, and they have also allocated certain amount of memory and CPU to the new process. And in result, what we got the output of the ls command. It will list out the content of the directory. So we have simplified ls command, and the backend, the kernel has allocated a process for that, and that process, the new process which has been initiated, it requires certain amount of memory and CPU, and that has been allocated by your kernel. And in result, we got some output. So this is called the process. Your operating system tracks processes through a unique ID number. That is called process ID. Every process which is running on your system is having a process ID, and which is denoted by PID. PIDs eventually repeat because of all possible numbers are used up. But we need to keep in mind, at any point of time, no two processes with the same PID exist in the system, because it is the PID that your Linux or Unix uses to track each process. So this is the simple idea about process. Here you can see in the PPT, there are different commands which can be used to find out the current processes running on your system. So PS is the command which will report a snapshot of the current processes. PS-A, it will give you the process which is running on all your terminals, like your virtual terminals. Suppose, when you open your system, you have connected your system via the terminal. We have few virtual terminals as well. In the virtual terminals, you have run different commands at the background. So with this command, you can find out what are the processes running on all the terminals. No worries, we'll have the lab session on that. PS-E list out all the processes which is running on your system. And PS-O denotes your customer properties. What does it mean? It means that suppose you want to create your own command, so you have to use the customer property. -O option, then you can see that what I have used here, TTY for the terminal, command, PID, percentage memory, and percentage CPU. So with this command, what will happen, whatever the output I am getting about the process, it will be according to my requirement. I want that the output should have the PID, I want the output should have memory, I want our output should have the CPU, I want the output should have the nice value as well. So I can create my own command as well. So for that, I have to use the customer properties, which has been used by -O option. The next is, you can see the common display listing option. This is the very common command, PS-AUX, and it will display all the process with columns in which the users will be interested, and includes process without a controlling terminal. So here you can see that what I have used simple command PS-AUX. If you are using, that is similar to PS-AUX, and you can see that the output that is more understandable, a long listing options. You can also use this LAX as well, which provides more technical details, and this output is more or less same as PS-EF output as well. This is the output, you can see that. Now here, this is the PID, this is the PPID, and this is S number. So these are the different numbers. UID is basically the user ID that this process belongs to, the, you can say, the person running it, who is running the process. PID is the process ID, and PPID is your parent process ID. And C is your CPU utilization of the process. C is the CPU utilization of the process. S time is your process start time, when your process has been started. TTY is your terminal type associated with the process. This is the terminal type, that's why it is showing question mark. And time, the CPU time taken by the process. What is the time that would be taken by the CPU by the process? So that would be as time. CMD, the command that is started the process. So this is the basic idea about this command output. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture, and we'll have a lot of lab session as well. So thanks for watching. Welcome to Linux classes. Let's continue and understand more about process management. So starting a process. When you start a process or run a command, there are two ways you can run it. The first way is your foreground process, and second one is your background process. So we need to understand what is foreground process and what is background process. So foreground process, by default, every process that you start runs in the foreground. It means that whenever you type any command, you are working on a Linux box, you have got some terminal, and you have simply typed the command ls command and you got some output. So this is called as a foreground process. It gets its input from the keyboard and send its output to the screen. If you're getting an output in the screen, so that would be your foreground process. So ls command I have fired and I got some output. So I have used my keyboard to type the command and I am getting an output. So at the backend, what happened? A process has been initiated, and in result, what we got an output. So that process which has been initiated is called a foreground process. By default, every process that you start runs in the foreground. It gets its input from the keyboard and sends its output to the screen. You can see this happens when the ls command. Here you can see that I have simply fired the command ls and I got an output. So what happened at the backend? A process has been initiated, and that process is called your foreground process. The process runs in the foreground. The output is directed to my screen, and if the ls command wants any output, which it doesn't, it waits for it from the keyboard. While a program is running in the foreground, it is time consuming. No other commands can be run. So what does it mean? Suppose you have typed the ls command, and maybe there are thousands or maybe the lakhs of files are there. So obviously it will take some time to get the output of ls command. So while you have fired the ls command, you are not supposed to fire any other command until unless you get the output of the ls command. So this is your foreground command. This is what it is showing. While a program is running in the foreground, if it is a time consuming, no other commands can be run or start any other process, because you won't get the prompt to type anything. So this is called a foreground process. We usually type the command and we are just wait to get an output. Now let's understand about the background process. A background process runs without being connected to your keyboard. If the background process requires any keyboard input, it waits. It means that suppose I have to run a job, and the job is like, suppose, a backup process. I have to take the backup of the system, and to take the backup of the system I have a script for that, and when I run this script it will take some time, maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes. So what I can do here, I can schedule a job with the cron. In the cron, what I can do, I can schedule the job, and what will happen, the job will be started, and I want the job should be running in the background. So at the mid time or whatever time, what will happen, the job will be started. I do not require any keyboard at that time to type it to start the program. Your cron job will start automatically. Or if you want, you can do it manually as well. How we can start the job in manually? Simple, you have to use ampersand at the end of the command. So the background process runs without being connected to your keyboard. So here you have to simply type the command, and at the last you have to put ampersand. So what will happen, the job will be started, your program, your script, whatever, that will be started at the background, and after that you will again get the prompt so that you can type any other command as well. So the advantage of running a process in the background is that you can run other commands as well. You do not have to wait until it completes to start another program. In foreground process, what we need to do, we have to wait for the process which you have run to complete first, then only you will get the prompt to start any other commands. But if you start any program and that would be in the background, so you do not need to wait for that command to complete. You will immediately get the prompt so that you can type any other command as well. The simplest way to start a background process is to add an ampersand at the end of the command. So let me show you how it's a. Here you can see ls command, and at the last I have type ampersand. So what will happen, this command will start at the background and you will get an output. So the first line contains the information about the background process. Here you can see the output I have got it, and this is some job number I am getting, the job number and the process ID I got it. So you need to know the job number to manipulate it between the background and the foreground process. So once we'll be doing the lab session on that, so you can understand more how we can manipulate from your background process and your foreground process. So this is what the command is for starting a process at the background. So friend, that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll understand about the different states of the programs, and then we'll do the lab session so that you can have a better understanding about the process management. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. In this lecture, we are going to understand about different states of a process. We all know that in a running system, when there are a lot of processes are running, the process is having different states. Like it could be the sleeping mode, it could be running state, it could be your stop state, it could be defunct zombie, or it could be uninterruptible sleep mode. So we are going to understand each stats one by one. Now you can see in the PPT, the first one is your uninterruptible sleep mode. If a process is running on your system and the stat of the process is showing D, it means that the process is in uninterruptible sleep mode. So what does this stat means? Let me try to explain this with an example. Suppose I have a backup process running on the system, and that backup process is trying to write something on the disk, and disk is very busy. The lot of process which is already running on the systems, they have occupied the disk, and my backup process which is running, and they are trying to get the access to the disk. They are trying to write something on the disk, but disk is not responding well. It could be any reason. Disk is having some issue, maybe the disk is very busy. The process, my backup process, is keep on trying to get the access to the system, but disk is not responding. So what will happen? It will wait, the process will wait for certain time, your timeout value. And after that, if the process is not getting the disk, it will change its mode from running to the D stat, that is your uninterruptible sleep mode. Now I believe you understand what is D stat. If a system is having a lot of process that is in D stat, it means that in the disk, in the system, there are a lot of disks which is having some issue, because that process which is running on your system, they are not getting the disk. So that is something related with the disk IO, and that is also something related with the troubleshooting point of view as well. Suppose there are some performance issues going on the system, so you will check the stat of the process, and if you are seeing that a lot of process they are in D stat, it means that there could be some issue with the disk. A lot of process they are trying to write something on the disk, but disk is not responding, and after a certain period of time, the process will move into the D stat. So this is called the uninterruptible sleep mode. The next one is your running. You can see R. So this is the state where a process is either in running or ready to run. So it's very simple. The lot of process they are keep on running. Their execution is going on, or they are about to read something, write something. So they are called R. Their stat is called R. The next one is your uninterruptible sleep. So if you are getting the process, mostly you will see that a lot of process they are in sleep mode. So it means that they are waiting for an event to complete. So maybe the lot of process they are running, they will come to the sleep mode. They are running, but now they want to do something on the system, but they are not getting resources, not getting the proper CPU. So what will happen? Immediately they will move to the sleep mode. So that is called the sleep mode. That is your interruptible sleep mode. That is not interruptible. S is for the interruptible sleep mode. The next is your T. That is your stop. So it means that the process is completed. This state occurs. This process can be restarted as well. So if you are getting T means the process has been stopped now. Defunct, Z denotes for the defunct process, or also that is called zombie. So in this stat the process will be terminated and the information will still be available in the process table. So those processes are called zombie. It means that suppose you have process and that process is associated with the parent process, and I'm just trying to explain with an example. Suppose you have a child process running on that, a process is running on that, and some application is using that process, and by mistake somebody has killed the parent process of the child. So in idle condition, if you're going to delete the parent process, all its child process will be automatically killed, automatically deleted, we can say that. But suppose my child process is being used by some application, and somebody has removed your parent process, and unfortunately your child process is not able to completely removed from the system. So what will happen? Your child process whose parent is already killed, and those child process will move into the defunct state, or that is called the zombie state. So either we'll try to remove this, kill those process if it is possible. Otherwise what will happen? Only the reboot is the solution for that. We have to reboot the system, then only your zombie process will be move out from your system. The next one is your paging. Paging is basically when your system is having high memory utilization is going on at certain threshold value, like 80% or 90% memory has been utilized from your system. After that what will happen? Your memory subsystem will start doing the paging on your system. In that case what will happen? The processes which are unreferenced, idle, they will start moving from your physical memory to the swap memory, so that they can free up your physical memory. So this happens like moving out your unreferenced idle process from your physical memory to the swap. That is called page in and page out, and that process is called your paging. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you have understand what are different stats of the process, and once we'll do the lab session you can understand more on that. So thanks for watching, and if you have time please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to our Linux classes. So this is a lab session in which we are going to understand the process management. So let me log into one of my Linux box and let's do some practice. So this is my Linux box. So very first command I am going to type is ps. Here you can see some output I got. So what is that output? The last line shows that the command which I have fired. I have simply fired the command ps and I got an output. So at the back end some process has been initiated. So for ps command this process has been initiated, that is 2677. The ID of the ps command is 2677, and also I can see that a line for bash. The shell which I have got, the bash shell, which is having a process ID is 2605. Again if I am going to fire the same command, what will happen? A new ps command has been generated. The new ps output will be generated with different process ID, but the bash would be the same. Here you can see that ps, for ps the process ID has been changed. Earlier it was 2677, now it is showing 2688, but the bash process ID is same because we are working on the same shell, we are working on the same bash shell. So that's why the process ID for bash is same. Here you can see the terminal tty, it is showing pts. So what is pts? The full form of pts is sudo terminal slave. So what does this mean? It means that it is a short of terminal, we can say that. If you are connecting to the server via SSH, then you will get a sudo terminal. If you are directly connecting to the server, then it would be your tty. Let me show you that. Currently I have connected to the server via terminal, via SSH. That's why I am getting PTS. If I am directly connecting to my Linux box, here you can see that I have directly connected to my Linux box. Again if I am firing the same command ps, I would be getting TTY only. So TTY is here teletype terminal. Or we can see that if you're connecting to the server via serial or console connection, that would be your TTY terminal. Here it is showing TTY1. So from TTY1 to TTY6, so that would be a kind of virtual terminals. If I am taking another session, I have just pressed Alt Control F2. I got another virtual console. If I am logging to this system, and again if I am fire, you can see the terminal is showing TTY2. And if I fire this TTY, then it will show what all the terminals is currently active. So as of now, 2 terminals has been connected. That is TTY1 and TTY2. So there are 2 terminals as of now. If I am again fire Alt Control F3, I am getting another terminal now. And again if I fire the PS command, it would be showing TTY3. And if I am giving PS-EF grep-ITT, here you can see that this PS-EF is, you are getting the output of all the terminals. If I am simplifying the PS command, I am getting the output of my current terminal. So we have to cautious while firing the command. So these are the basic difference between if you are firing PS-EF and simple PS. Now I am coming back to my box. This is my Linux box. So here we need to understand few more things. Suppose I am here, and what I am going to do, I am in terminal 3 and I am just opening a file, vim test. So what I have done, I have just simplified the vim and the file name. I have just opened the file, so it is in open state. Okay, and I am coming back to my this, and if I am firing this command PS-EF, and if I am simply grep-i vim, you can see that this is showing here as well. The root, this one 7.2, this is the process ID, parent and child process, and it was open on the terminal number 3. So it is showing what was the command, vim test. So like this way you can understand about the command's output. So how to create a custom command? Custom command that is the command as per your requirement. So for that, simply I am using PS-A, O for the properties, TTY command and PID. So you can see that I have got some output here. So it is showing that these are the it is getting an output of all the terminals. So PS-AO, this is what the property I have used, TTY COMM command and PID. If you want to add some more thing, you can use a nice number also you can add. If you want to add percentage memory, you can add percentage memory. If you want to add percentage CPU, so it is up to you how you are creating your own command. Now you can see that the nice value, it is showing 0, and this was the command vim which I have opened. If you want, you can change the nice value as well. Nice value basically what is the priority of the process to that, what is the priority of the processor to that process. So if you want to change, you can change it. How we can change it? It's very simple. Currently it is showing 0. If I want to change the nice value, simply we have to do it renice. I am giving 4 and process ID. Process ID is for this is string this one. Now you can see that the priority of the process has been changed now. Again, if I fire the command, it has been changed now. Earlier it was 0. I have changed the process priority of the process from 0 to -4. Lesser the value of the priority, it means that lesser the number of the nice value, it means that the processor is giving high priority to the process. It will be somewhere around from 19 to 18. -19 is the highest priority you are giving to the process, and if you are going to the higher value like 0, 1, 2, 3 increasing, it means the less priority you are giving to the process. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea about process management. In the next lecture we'll do some more practice on that. So thanks for watching, and if you have time, Please join with me in the next lecture. Welcome to Linux classes. So let's continue and understand more about process management. So again, I am logging to my Linux box. So as of now, we have understand what is ps command and how we can understand the terminal like tty and pts. So the next thing is that simply I am firing this command ps-ef. If I am not using any option, if I put enter, a lot of output would be coming here. If I am putting like this way, page wise, then I have to use this one. Or you can put less as well. Now you can see that I got an output here. So the output is something like UID, and this is process ID, and this is parent process ID. This is the CPU uses, and this is start time terminal TTY. Here you can see the lot of question mark is coming. What is this question mark? Question mark, it is showing that if TTY is question mark, it means that the process is not associated with any user terminal. I'm just repeating, if TTY is showing question mark, many times I have seen that they can ask you in the interview, a lot of question mark is showing for the TTY. What does it mean? It means that the process, these are process like, okay, these are the process with the process ID. So if TTY is question mark, that means that the process is not associated with any user terminal, or we can say that these are kernel processes, your system process, which has not been initiated by any user. If I am a user and I have initiated any command like vim command I have initiated, then that would be started from any terminal. If system, your kernel has started any process, so that would be the process which is initiated by the process. It is not associated with any terminal. So that's why it is showing question mark here. Okay. And if you want to see the stat of the process, you have the command top command. Simply I have fired the top command. I got an output here. So here you can see this is my process ID, and this is the user. The user, that is the owner of the process. Who is the owner of the process? So these are the process. At the last you can see that who is the owner. So root is the owner of the process. PR means that is the priority of the process, and NI denotes the nice value of the process. VITR, this is the virtual memory used by the process. RES is basically the physical memory used by the process. SHR, the shared memory of the process. S denotes the status of the process. It could be sleep, running, zombie, uninterruptible sleep mode, interruptible sleep mode. So this is your S means interruptible sleep mode. Okay. So if you want to know the stat of the process, you have to look for this column. Right? Percentage CPU, this is the percentage of the CPU used by the process. Percentage memory, this is the percentage of the RAM used by the process. You can see that on percent, it is showing percentage. Time plus, this is the total time of the activity of the process, total time of the activity of this particular process. And last, that is your command. So command is basically, this is the name of the process, you can say that. So different process, different commands is initiated. So all the details of the process you can see with the top command. So with this commands, ps command, you can do a lot of things on the systems, and it would be very easy to understand how the process output is coming. So friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea about process management. And one more thing I just forgot, let me tell you. Suppose I am giving this command, ps-ef command, and I am using pipe sign. So here you can see that this is process ID and this is parent process ID. Like suppose I am grabbing for this SSHD, say for example. Now in the output you can see that I got this. This is my process ID of this process. This is the PID of this process SSH, and I can say that this is my process ID and one is the parent process 1 is always the parent process of all the process running on the system. So this is my process ID and 1 is the parent process. And here you can see that is 1248 is the parent process of this process as well, 2596. So if you are going to kill this process, one thing we have to keep in mind, if parent process is killed, so all its child process will be killed. Suppose if you need to kill any process, and if you have killed that process, so you have to keep in mind that whatever process that has been associated with that process, or you can say the child process, all will be killed here. So suppose I am going to kill this one, 1248. So what will happen? It will kill 1248 as well as it will kill this process as well, because this is the parent process of this process as well. In simple word, I would say that if I am going to kill 1248 process, so it will kill this process as well, because this is the child process of 1248. Okay, so friend, that's all for this lecture. Hope you got an idea, and if you have time, please join with me in the next lecture. So thanks for watching.
Hello friends, welcome to Linux classes. So friends, this is a practice lab session in which we are going to understand what are jobs and what are foreground process and what are background process. So let me log into my Linux systems through putty session so that I can show you. So friends, this is my Linux systems. I have just logged in, and also I have taken one more session. Okay, so friends, let me create a set of commands, or you can say a script which will keep on running, so that you can understand more on that. So I am just creating a while loop which will keep on running, so that I can show you what is foreground process and what is your background process. So while true echo, and I want just echoing the file into this location, rock, and I am just appending it into a file out file 1 I am putting here, and then I would be putting sleep. It will wait for 1 second, and then again it will keep on appending it on the temp out file 1. Now I am going to my second session. Okay, and let me tail this file. It will give you the output in the real time. Output file 1. Now you can see here the file is keep on updating. You can see here, because I have using this tail -have. So I have just created a loop, while loop, which is keep on running and updating a file. So why I have created this? I just want to show you what is foreground process. So this is a foreground process. This is not running in the background. If I will put Control+C, this will stop appending here. You can see. If I again started this, it will start keep on updating. You can see here. And one moreover, if I close this session, again what will happen? This will stop updating. This will stop updating as well. Let me show you. You can see here it has been stopped. As I told you, foreground process that are associated with your terminals. Again I am taking a session here, duplicate session, and again if I start running, what will happen? It will show you the output. So these are the foreground process, and you can also use Control+Z. So what will happen? Instead of terminated the process, it has just stopped the process. If we'll put jobs here, you can see the output, like the process which was running in the foreground has been stopped. So you need to understand the symbols. I have used Control Z here. Okay, if I want to again start it, you can see it is updating. If I put Control Z, it will be in stopped state. You can put jobs here, it will be showing one job, two jobs. It is in stopped state because I keep on starting a new job here. If I again put it here and will Control C, what will happen? A new job will come here. So now you can see 3 jobs has been created here and all in stopped state. Okay, and one more thing, again if I am starting it, and instead of Control Z, if I will putting Control C, what will happen in the jobs? You won't see a further jobs because that job has been killed, terminated. So there is a big difference between Control C and Control Job. If you put Control C, what will happen? The job will be terminated. If you put Control Z, the job will be in stopped state. Okay. So here you can see what I have done. I have just 3 jobs I have stopped and 1 job I have terminated. Okay, and also if you want, you can put BG. What will happen? The jobs will be in the jobs which were in stopped state start running. If I put jobs here, which is showing 1 job start running. Okay friends, so you need to understand here how we can use these things like jobs, job start. Okay, you can see stop, it's keep on running. If I put again BG, what will happen? 1 more job stopped running, started. If I again put job, all the 3 jobs has been started now. So 3 scripts are running. You can see the speed of updating file has been increased here. If I put FG here, what will happen? It will show you the process. Okay, FG means foreground process. If you want to take your jobs into the foreground, you have to put FG, and then if you want to stop it, Control C. Now 1 process has been stopped. Jobs you can see 2, and if you want FG and here you want to specifying any jobs, you can percent. The 2 job controls are there, 1 or 2. If you want put 2, so it will take you to the 2. Okay, and if you put Control C, your second job has been stopped now. Still 1 job is running. Put FG here and put Control. If you put Control C, what will happen? Again it will be in stopped state. If you put FG here and if you Control C, all your jobs has been stopped now in the jobs. So you need to understand what are the different symbols like Control C and Control Z, and what is FG and what is BG. BG is for background process, FG is for foreground process. So friends, let me try to explain this again. So we have just run few commands. Okay, that is on background, that is on your foreground. Now if I want to run any process in background, what will happen? You have to put ampersand at the end. Now 1 process has been started at the background. If I'll put jobs here, it will show you like this is the process which is running in the background. If I again put this, what will happen? A new process has been initiated. So better to change this rock to some new thing, like I am putting paper here. Now you can see if I'll go for the jobs, 3 jobs are running, 2 for the rock and 1 is for the paper. In the output you can see the different output is coming, like rock and paper has been updating in this. If I put jobs here, it will show you what are the jobs in running in the background. So these are the jobs that are running in background. Okay, if I close this terminal, even though the process will be running in foreground, if you close the terminal, what will happen? The process will be terminated, but here it won't stop because those processes are running in the background. Okay, so here if I'll put FG, so what will happen? It will take the first one, foreground. Now if you pull again, if you pull Control C, it will terminate it. Your background process has been terminated. Now you have to, the same way you can use it. the background process. First if you want to stop the background process, you have to use fg, and if you want to specify anything, you have to %1 or 2. These are numbers you can see, these are the job numbers. If you want to check for this, you can see the paper has been terminated. If you want to remove any again job, fg, and if you put control z, what will happen? It will be in stop state. So this way you can play with the or understand with the different jobs we have. Okay friends, so we have understand how to check jobs and what are foreground process, what are job process. Okay, and one more thing, I just want to tell you ps-j command, which will tell you what are the different process we have. See, T means okay, let me show you what are the different states of the process. Here you can see the background process, the symbols like stat of the process, like the few processes are showing in S and capital S, and few are in T. So capital S, basically those are sleeping process, and mostly those are background jobs. So if you have any jobs that is running in the background, so that would be your sleeping, that would be in S state. Okay, so you have to make sure what are those, and what are T. T is basically for suspended jobs, like I have stopped one job, so that would be come in a T. So here you can see the few process that is in T and S. So like this, from this way also you can understand, like which process is in sleep mode, which process in suspended mode, and what are your background process, and what are your forehand process. So friends, that's all for this session. Hope you have understand about the background process and foreground process. And friends, if you have any confusion, you can directly write to me. I will respond you. I can understand that would be a little bit complicated to understand, but once you will start doing from your end, then only you can understand more on that. So friends, thanks for watching, and if you have time, please join with me in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to process management. So in this lecture we are going to discuss about a Linux kill command. So basically, what is kill command? The Linux operating system comes with kill command to terminate a process. Many times, some process they are not responding properly. Some process are the culprit process. They are taking unnecessary memory. They are taking unnecessary CPU uses. So in that case, admin has to kill those process. So to understand the kill process, what all the options we have to kill the process, we are going to discuss all this in this lecture. So the kill command sends a signal, a specified signal to more perfect to a process. The kill command can be executed in a number of ways, directly or from the shell. Okay, so using kill command